Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding. We, thine unworthy servants here gathered together, in thy name do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fears always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsel may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the Queen, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of all hearts, of all persons and estate within the same, in Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Of the House now resume its sitting. Call of the roll.
Mr. Witter, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Holness, Dr. Clark, Mr. Shaw, Dr. Chang, Mr. Montego, Ms. Grange, Mr. Henry, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Darrell Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Mr. Hutchinson, Dr. Tufton, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mr. Green, Mr. Terrelong, Mr. Main, Mr. R. Scott, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Leslie Campbell, Mr. Pernell Charles Jr., Mr. Heroy Clark, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Ms. Daly, Mr. Daly, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Dr. Dunn, Dr. Dunn, Mr. Fagan, Dr. Ferguson, Mr. Golding, Dr. Guy, Miss Hannah, Miss Hannah, she was here, Mr. Hales, Mrs. Holness, Miss Hannah, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Kellier, Dr. McNeil, Miss Nita, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Michael Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Pickersgill, Mr. Redmond, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Stewart, Reverend Thwaites, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Wright.
Statements by Minister.
Mr. Speaker, today we have a fair amount of work to get through. The day will start with a statement, in fact, two statements by the Minister of National Security, and I will go through the things that we have to do, Mr. Speaker. On bills brought from the Senate, Minister Williams, the Minister of Science, Technology and Energy, will handle that matter. We have 4 reports from the PAAC that is to be tabled today. I don't see the chairman, but if a member who is a member of the committee can present them. The Committee on the Economy and Production, the member from Western St. Andrew is here, chairman, who will make that report. Notices of motion given orally, the notice will be given on the above reports. We will also be having the tabling of a bill by the Minister without portfolio in job creation, Honorable Darrell Vaz, who will lay that on the House, an act to amend the Special Economic Zones Act. In the Ministry of National Security, the Minister of National Security will pilot the extension of period of operation for zones and special operation for Denham Town and Mount Salem, and then the Minister of Transport and Mining has 2 orders under the Bauxite Alumina Industries Act, Clarendon Production Limited and General Alumina Jamaica Limited. Tabling by the Minister of Finance of the Customs Tariff, Trade and Economic Cooperation Agreement between CARICOM and Cuba, Resolution 2020. And at public business, there will be the his contribution to the sectoral debate by the Minister of Agriculture and Investment, and then the Minister of Mining will deal with the bauxite and alumina orders, and finally the Minister of National Security will present the Zozos, the two Zozos that will be taken today. That will close out the activities of the day, Mr. Speaker. But I would like to ask that we, at the end of the statement by the Minister of National Security, I will seek to invite the House to enable us to move directly to public business to facilitate the presenter of the contribution in the sectorial debate, the Minister of Investment and Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I invite you to call on the Minister of National Security to make two statements.
Dr. Chang, just a minute, Dr. Chang. Just, Ms. Curtis. Ms. Curtis, shouldn't we go down the line to it? We can skip it.
Good work. All right.
It's a statement. Go ahead, Dr. Chang.
I'm getting them done. And sorry, my apologies. These copies are a little bit late, but they'll be waiting a minute or two. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my responsibility, my fault to respond to the Speaker on two rather tragic incidents. The first one deals with an incident in Spanish Town on the last Friday when two members of the security force were brutally murdered and one critically injured. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, with deep sadness that I address the members of the Honorable House and the people of Jamaica this afternoon. Two of Jamaica's finest were brutally slain last week, Friday, June 12, 2020, while carrying out their professional duty to serve and protect this country. Detective Corporal Dane Biggs and Constable Ricardo Hilton were professionals of the highest caliber. They were devoted officers of the Jamaica Constabulary Force who carried out their responsibilities with honor and courage, even under the most extreme and dangerous circumstances. These are two young men with dreams and aspirations of a better, safer Jamaica. They were committed to ridding the country of criminals, and ultimately they gave their lives doing so. Constable Hilton was looking forward to celebrating his 4th anniversary in the force on Saturday. He was killed on Friday. Detective Corporal Biggs gave 10 years of dedicated service. He was a highly skilled intelligence officer. Both Hilton and Biggs were the only children for their parents, right? Most unfortunate. These families have lost their only child. They were outstanding sons of Jamaica. I wish to once again express my heartfelt condolences to the families and loved ones of Detective Corporal Biggs and Constable Hilton. As enforcers of the law, your sons paid the ultimate price to ensure that Jamaicans all over the island could live in peace, free from terrors of criminals. I am grateful for their service. This Parliament and this country is grateful for your service. Mr. Speaker, with your consent, I wish to invite my fellow parliamentarians to stand for a moment of silence in recognition of the commendable service that was provided to this country by the Detective Corporal Biggs and Constable Hilton. Mr. Speaker. May their soul rest in peace. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, since Friday, we have not only mourned the gruesome murder of two valiant police officers in line of duty, we have also been called to prayer for Superintendent Clunis, an officer of outstanding character and repute who was the team leader on the police operation, and District Constable Richards. Both were wounded during the operation. Superintendent Clunis, critically ill, still in hospital, a man of outstanding character, an outstanding police officer, the kind of officer who we can say of, and I had the experience of working with the Montego Bay. He's one who you either fear or you respect. He does his job without fear or favor and does it efficiently and well. We pray for his speedy recovery. I know the doctors are working hard and efficiently, and we expect him to emerge from hospital at an early date. Both were wounded during the operation. These officers are being given all the support necessary to ensure their speedy and full recovery. Friday, June 12, 2010 will not only be remembered as a most tragic day in Jamaica's history, it will be remembered as a day when all well-thinking Jamaicans and persons who love this country were forced to face the reality that is too familiar to the men and women of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. And yet these brave men and women will not be deterred, discouraged, or distracted in their commitment to delivering a safer and more secure Jamaica. What we saw last week, Friday, is the reality that our police officers face every day, all across the island. These are their conditions of work and their daily effort to secure the people, the communities, and business in Jamaica. The men and women of the security force are well-trained and highly skilled professionals. Their presence at Horizon Park on Friday was a result of quality, actionable intelligence. In carrying out their daily duties, police officers are faced with organized, technology-supported, well-financed, heavily armed, and mobile criminals. We have seen in recent times the increased collaboration among criminal gangs, resulting in even greater transnational criminal activities. The gangs are now more sophisticated and sinister in their activities. It is for this reason, Mr. Speaker, this administration felt imperative that the Jamaica Constabulary Force be transformed into a modern, dynamic, tech-savvy, intelligence-driven, fit-for-purpose police force. We've taken a hard line against crime, violence, and corruption. The Prime Minister has made it abundantly clear that we must get the gangs, the guns, the drugs, and the dons in order to see sustainable crime reduction in Jamaica. Over the last 4 years, the administration has consistently prioritized national security as an area of budgetary and policy support. Over this period, significant investment has been made in increasing the capacity of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Under the leadership of the Commissioner, Anthony Anderson, JSF is undergoing the most aggressive modernization, restructuring, and reform in the history of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. There has been significant upgrading and increasing of their mobility, technology. Indeed, the technology branch is only 10 months old at this time in 2020. Communication, surveillance, training and well-being, ballistics, forensics, and manpower. Indeed, today, just this month, despite the delay with COVID-19, we were able to open the Tranquility Bay additional training facility, which will allow us to really increase our capacity for training on an annualized basis to well over 1,000. These were not just cosmetic upgrades. These were necessary improvements to critical areas of our security infrastructure. The cumulative effect of these improvements will result in greater efficiency in our policing and sustainable improvement in our efforts. Special mention must be made of the Inspectorate and Professional Standard Oversight Bureau, which was established in August 2018. This was once called the Never Never Land for the police force. Today, it is populated by some of the finest men and women in the police force. Indeed, it is fair to say that the first commander under the new direction, DCP Hay, is now head of the Financial Investigation Division Unit, is one of the Western Hemisphere's finest investigator and a police officer of the highest professional qualities, who started the reform and development of the Inspectorate branch and establishing the Inspector and Professional Standards branch as truly an institution of quality in the police force. They have been succeeded by another outstanding officer, Mr. MacArthur Sutherland, and the work of that agency continue in seeking to improve the professionalism of the police force. IPROB continues to focus on preventative measures that reduce unlawful, unethical, or even corrupt practice activities within the Jamaica Constabulary Force. IPROB ensures that the highest professional standards are practiced by the police officers in carrying out their duties. In the interim, the security apparatus that one in its recommendation that special public state of public emergency can to be utilized in the suite of security measures taken to drive down criminality. Particularly in high violence producing communities, we have seen their successful implementation, resulting in reduction of murders and shooting, even while preserving the rights of our citizens. Indeed, over the last 2 years, the homicide curve across the island has been flattening, following the peak in 2017, and there was a 22% reduction in 2018. Since then, we have essentially flattened the curve. We are seeing a stabilization in the rate of homicides and marked reduction in other major crimes. To borrow the term from the epidemiologist, the curve is flattening. This is a result of the structured and strategic security measures that have been put in place. We are confident that as we complete the work of transforming the JCF, we will have further reduced the homicide rate and take the homicide to a level that is considered acceptable for a democratic society. The government is committed to this work and will continue to provide to the Jamaica Constabulary Force with all the necessary support to do so. Friday's attack on our police is a reminder that in addition to political will, what we need is a groundswell of national support for the work of the security forces. There will be no real change until there is a collective condemnation and rejection of criminality. The police on their own, 12,000, but if we all join the force for good, then the constabulary would be number over 2 million. Every Jamaican has a responsibility to stand against crime, violence and corruption. We must all support the crime-fighting and anti-gang efforts of the police. We must collectively condemn all acts of violence and criminality and continue to extend support to the members of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, Jamaica's finest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'd ask that if the members want to hold a question, or do I take questions now, or do this other statement as well? The one from the DCF, Noel Chambers. All right, thank you for that. Copies. Can you get copies or what? All right. Copies available? All right. The copies. All right. They're coming. Thank you. Thank you, members. It's unfortunate to have to make a statement of this sort. It concerns the circumstances around the death of inmate Noel Chambers in the Correctional Service 2 weeks ago. This is one in which the entire country have hold its head in shame for the events surrounding the treatment of our mentally ill patients. Getting there now. Mr. Speaker, I have the responsibility to deliver to this Honourable House a statement on the unfortunate circumstances that resulted in the death of Mr. Noel Chambers, an inmate of the Tower Street Adult Correctional Centre. I take this opportunity to express my heartfelt condolences on behalf of the government of Jamaica and the people of Jamaica to the family of Mr. Chambers. I am mindful that the public manner in which his death was announced may cause additional grief and sorrow for his family. It is not my intention to cause further pain, but to provide the family and the entire country with some answers while ensuring that no other Jamaican endures what Mr. Chambers endured. Never again should this happen in our system. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, there is no excuse for what happened to Mr. Chambers. It is unacceptable that any Jamaican national to be denied his constitutional rights even while incarcerated. It is important to note that a comprehensive audit into the circumstances surrounding the death of Mr. Chambers has been commissioned. The audit is expected not only to reveal the circumstances specific to his death, but also to thoroughly examine the procedures involved in the treatment of inmates who are deemed unfit to plead. In the interim, I wish to outline the details of preliminary findings from the special investigation undertaken by the Department of Correctional Service. Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that we cannot and must not accept the death of Mr. Chambers as merely the consequence of a flawed system. Some of the details pertaining to Mr. Chambers' passing. Mr. Chambers was incarcerated in February 1980 on a charge of murder and remanded by the courts to Tower Street Correctional Center at the Governor General's pleasure. The Department of Correctional Service reported that in October 1986, Mr. Chambers made an application to petition the Governor General for a reprieve in order for him to be released from custody. Of course, in order to effectively do this, he had to be returned to court prior to his application being sent to the Governor General for a decision. And here's one of the first weaknesses in the system. The court has no record of Mr. Chambers, or it appeared at the time. And I understand the Chief Justice has taken some steps to correct this, but there was a big gap. And indeed, while the Governor General may have considered his decease, nothing went to court and he was left in the station. The other factor that's in there, which I'll come to later in it, I point out that when a person is judged unfit to plead, he's supposed to be committed by the court to a public psychiatric facility, which is normally a forensic psychiatric facility. There is no such facility in Jamaica. There is no such facility in Jamaica. It was closed at Bellevue many, many years ago. It was closed many, many years ago. Closed. Or well over 40 years ago. Right? I don't want to get into it was closed in 1975. I don't want to get into the where and who. It was just closed, and 400 inmates sent to the correctional service. So, yeah, right? In December 2000, the family of Mr. Chambers requested, yeah, I understand him here, that he be released on parole. Given that he was being held at the GG's pleasure, he was not eligible for parole. The lawyers have advised me that parole and reprieve can only be granted to persons convicted and sentenced. The fact that Mr. Chambers was neither convicted or sentenced nullified the application, and nothing further was done. So I quote Honorable Gentleman, the fact that he could not be granted parole, he was never tried or convicted. He was really sitting there, sitting in court, waiting on a court date. So his application went nowhere. It is in 2004, the Correctional Service in collaboration with Independent Council of Human Rights. As I said, this is one in which all of us, as leaders in this country, need to look at carefully and hold our head in shame and move to correct this for the future and make sure that it will never ever happen again, quickly. In 2004, the Department of Corrections, in collaboration with the Independent Jamaica Council for Human Rights, embarked on a one-year project that involved assigning a special team to search for relatives of unfit to plead inmates and return them to courts and, in fact, grant reprieve or release to the community, because many of them were on simple charges. At the time, I think, Attorney at Law Mary Anderson, I think, Nancy Anderson, led the assault. Unfortunately, only 35 individuals were released in the circumstances. Mr. Chambers was included in the project. At that time, a search for his relatives was undertaken with little success because they had removed from, this was now, bear in mind, this is 2004, he was incarcerated in 1980, 24 years later, so there was a movement of his family from Walton Park Road to elsewhere. It took some time to find where they had gone. After they had been certainly frustrated by the earlier efforts, I don't want to point to the family. They had made efforts to appeal to the GG to get parole, and nothing went. And I think they were just frustrated. And we did find them at a later stage. The appeal to the GG was made first and got stuck in the system for what reason I don't know. In other words, to get the reprieve from the GG, the Governor General, you must go to court, and the court sends the documentation. Effectively, what appeared, and I said that, and I'm trying to keep that up, it was the entire system failed, gentlemen. No one part of it. Because he was deemed unfit to plead. It appeared there was not even a file in the gentleman's life. So when he was to go to court, nobody could find a file. And it just went on and on as a comedy of errors that really put Mr. Chambers at risk in a most inhuman way. In addition to that, on several occasions, Mr. Chambers was deemed fit to plead. Following a psychiatric assessment in 2016, again, he was again certified as being fit to plead, resulting in being included in a list for courts in 2017, which he did not attend. What I am still not sure of why he wasn't allowed to attend that one. Near home, Mr. Speaker, in August 29, it was reported now that Mr. Chambers stopped eating and presented a confused personality. He was diagnosed with having dementia, early stage of dementia, which is at this stage understandable. This is now 40 years later. He is now 81. He had went in when he was about 41. But in August and December 2019, he was visited and treated on some 6 occasions by the medical officer involved, and at one stage sent to the Kingston Public Hospital. He was referred admitted and discharged from KPH on 2 occasions between 2019 and 2020, which is the last 8 months. He died. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, these series of events culminated in the death of Mr. Chambers, of course, in January of this year. He was found unresponsive in the hospital dorm at Tower Street in January 2020. The post-mortem revealed that he died from natural causes due to acute pyelonephritis or acute kidney infection. However, checks on his laboratory reports suggest he may have had prostate cancer as well, but at that age did not particularly, right? It didn't follow that. Mr. Speaker, this administration has been increasing the year, the government has been increasing the year-on-year budgetary allocation towards the correctional service, and the capital allocation was 168 million compared to 287 million and again in 393 million in 2021. The commitment to the DCS includes the process of organizational, structural, and infrastructural review. The review, reform, and transformation process commenced in financial year 2018-19 and is being led by current Commissioner of Corrections, Lieutenant Colonel Rowe. And I emphasize Colonel Rowe has just been there less than a year, and it's not so much an indictment that the former administration. We are looking seriously at how to reorganize the correctional service. The prison services need a particular department concerned with the management of the institution, not only in terms of inmates who are mentally ill, those who are incarcerated, reform program for both in the juvenile and adult, and not to have strong alternative activities designed to ensure individuals who go into prison come out as reform individuals. I think the correctional service is more involved, the probation services is more involved in crime prevention and should be a strong unit, fully financed, but doing their work on a separate basis. One is very heavily security oriented, one is heavily community oriented. And in fact, we have to look at how we organize the institution and the service itself to ensure this kind of thing will not happen. Again, this Honorable House should be reminded that Tower Street was built in the late 18th century as a slaveholding area. It became a correctional facility in 1838 with very little change in its structure. Right? To further compound the situation, there is no purpose-built area for the mentally challenged. And one of the main building housing mentally challenged inmates was burnt down in June 2017. As I mentioned earlier, the law, which was passed back then, I'm not giving any group taking responsibility. The law passed indicated that such individuals should be committed to, under the correct law, to a psychiatric facility. And then the report be given by the psychiatrist on a monthly basis to the court for continued reassessment. But as I said, to begin with, we don't have a forensic psychiatric facility in Jamaica. We have one psychiatrist to serve the entire 300 people. Right? We do have a psychiatrist visiting. Right? They've been going on for years, right? We have one psychiatrist. When 400 patients were transferred from Bellevue, one should recall that Bellevue had a population of near 4,000 people at the time. They moved to community mental health back in the mid-70s, taking more people to community, and the mentally ill that were deemed unfit to plead were sent to the correctional service. all the staff changes suggest that the correctional service that we have one grade 3 psychiatrist. That's what we call a resident in medical terms. Not, once a psychiatrist graduates with his postgrad as a professional, he no longer grade 3. So the post will never fill. We have a number of sessional people filling in. We've done outstanding work, but it has just been almost impossible. It's impossible to provide quality service under those circumstances. The need to construct a modern correctional facility has been a matter of concern for the government, which is why the Ministry of National Security is currently reviewing proposal for the design of a modern purpose-built facility, but that's for the total correctional service. A forensic psychiatric facility must be part of it, or must be worked in collaboration with the Ministry of Health. So additionally, I've had several meetings with the Ministry of Health. That mental health care must be a specific specialty being managed by professionals in that in the prisons. Jamaica's penal system is suffering from decades, maybe since it was established, of abject neglect. That, of course, is no excuse for allowing any person to languish within a correctional facility. We'll examine and make adjustment as necessary. This administration is committed to doing what is required to ensure that justice is served and safeguarding the rights, dignity, and general sense of humanity of Jamaicans within our correctional system. In the short term, a plan of action has been crafted in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and Wellness and Justice and consultation with the Ministry of Local Government to look at how we manage the current number of inmates. In the immediate term, the DCS identified persons who have been in custody for over 30 years and are being held at the court's pleasure or the GD's pleasure. Following internal psychiatric assessment and the determination as low-risk violence producers, the individuals have been identified in a letter to the Chief Justice seeking the court's consideration of granting clemency. And I expect on this occasion it will proceed that the Chief Justice has issued a direction and he has issued a release indicating a number of steps he has taken to prevent matters being referred to the court languishing. In fact, I think from what I discussed with the court management director, there's a judge assigned for the particular purpose of working with the correctional service to look at all the cases involved. Maybe half of them, in fact, could be released to community and to other, could be taken out of the incarceration. They will require psychiatrist review, and I'll comment. We have, in consultation with the Jamaica Psychiatrists Association, to acquire enough psychiatrists to facilitate, even the short-term, assessment of all the persons identified as having mental health conditions. I've been informed by the psychiatrist that every single one should be assessed. I accept the guidance. That even those who have been passive for a long time, if they are released under proper circumstances and proper assessment, they could then, of course, and if they commit a crime again, we could be held liable. What is important is to get this done quickly, so that if a proper evaluation can be done and action taken to correct the problem. I said my understanding of the 300 we have in incarceration, more than half could be released to community or to other facilities, from infirmaries to hospitals to community treatment. The building of a forensic psychiatric facility is the ideal long-term solution. The Ministry of National Security will be engaged in the Ministry of Health and Wellness in an attempt to ensure the mental health needs of these persons while fulfilling our responsibility in national security. It will not be delayed too long, but we have, in fact, designed this into a new prison facility we are looking at establishing, but there's also discussion that maybe it should be within the mental health facility that is at Bellevue to host about 240 patients, and the DCS provides security, which is what our prime activity is. So, Speaker, as Minister of National Security, I commit to working with my colleague in the Ministry of Health and Justice, Ministry of Justice, and of course the Ministry of Local Government to effectively implement the plan of action relating to how we treat mentally challenged inmates, particularly those unfit to plead. I'd like to remind Jamaica that the Department of Correctional Service exists not just to mete out punishment to clients of the organization, but to provide rehabilitation services. And that includes not only those who are mentally fit to plead, but those who are mentally unfit to plead. even from the point of view of heightened self-interest, so as to ensure that those persons are successfully reintegrated into society. So, Speaker, I want to thank you and take some questions, but this is a matter that I said is really an embarrassment to the entire country. And my pledge to you this evening is to ensure that the action we plan will be taken in a timely manner. It should never have happened, and it must never happen again. Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will make my brief remarks to the last statement by the Minister and then to the first regarding the Horizon Park killings of police officers. Mr. Speaker, the case of Noel Chambers must represent one that we as a country put a mark in the ground and say never again this should happen to anyone. The leader of the opposition, Dr. Phillips, and myself, along with the opposition spokesperson and Justice Senator Donna Scott Motley, met with the sister of Mr. Chambers this morning, along with his nephew, which is her son, who happens to live in my constituency also. It was a very painful period of engagement with the family. And there are a couple of things I want to refer to briefly. I listened to the minister's statement about the chronology, and I think, having heard from Miss Joyce Davis, his sister, this morning, I think that chronology needs to be revisited. And I don't want to go into the depth of the incongruence that I find between what is here and what she shared with us. Suffice it to say, as was expressed to her today, I'm repeating here, a lot of respect is due to her. She followed her brother's detention for years. She herself took letter to the Governor General's residence office as one-off. She met with Miss Anderson at the Human Rights Council on numerous occasions when they were at Tower Street to when they were moved to the university campus. She has been trying as a family member to get the state to respond. Now, there are two aspects to it. The judicial side of it. Say it again? No. Two sides, two distinct areas is the judicial processes to deal with Mr. Chambers, and the other side of it is the incarceration, the correctional services. Much has been said already about the failure of the judicial process to deal with a matter like this. But quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I believe a lot of responsibility must lie at the feet of the correctional services where the man was held. He was physically there. And they knew he was there. And it must be the duty of that institution to account for who is there and what is expected to be done with who is there. And there must be some advocacy in that institution for the persons who are detained there. In this instance, Mr. Speaker, The state has failed Mr. Chambers. The state has failed this family, and we must accept responsibility for that. And in that respect, having failed already, a couple of things we must do. We must now consider a compensation to the family of Mr. Chambers. We cannot retrieve his life, but out of the recognition of the failure, a reasonable compensation must be considered with great urgency. And I want to emphasize urgency, Mr. Speaker, because quite often we come here and we make great pronouncements about what should be done, what ought to be done, but it takes forever to be done. This must be treated as a matter of utmost urgency for us to attempt to redeem ourselves as the state. And his family is there. But what is also important, as I said earlier, it must never happen again to no one who is there or anyone who will get there in the future. I fully support, well, before I go to that point, Minister, I heard you mention in your comments about the cause of death. One of the pain that his family is feeling now, they do not know the cause of death. That's what was told to us this morning. They don't know the cause of death. I don't know where the breakdown in communication may have taken place. But having heard you said what the cause of death was, Minister, I think by tomorrow, we have contact with the family for them to at least, in fact, when she was speaking about not knowing the cause of death, she actually broke down in tears. Her brother died and she don't even know what he died from. So I think that is something that needs to be immediately remedied. Mr. Speaker, I hear the minister speaks about what is to be done in respect of persons who are detained for 30 years and over. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, that is way too long. What about those who have been there for 30 years, 25 years? What about those who have been there for 20 years? What about those who have been there for 10 years? Mr. Speaker, clemency on the one hand is something must be expedited for persons who have been incarcerated for extended period of time. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, in fact, Mr. Chambers, from what his sister said, for a long period never knew why he was there. Later on, they subsequently learned that it was, in fact, read that it was murder. Right? So that is something that we need to deal with. But, Mr. Speaker, there are persons incarcerated for various charges that are being held for a period longer than even the maximum sentence that they would have gotten for the offense. Something is inherently wrong there. And therefore I want to submit that any person who is in the correctional services for any charge for which the period of detention is longer than the maximum sentence should be immediately released. All such persons who are detained for charges where the period of detention exceed the maximum sentence, or some period, because in many instances the sentence is not necessarily the maximum. It is some fraction of the maximum. So come up with a formula to determine what the median or somewhere reasonable level, some formula, where once they are there beyond that time, they are immediately released from the prisons. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, anyone who is detained anyone who is detained by the state is presumed to be innocent. Our jurisprudence is one of such that you're innocent until proven guilty. None of us in here, none of us would want to be incarcerated for an offense that we are not guilty of. None of us. And we wouldn't want a family member or a close friend to be so detained for an extended period of time where their guilt has not been established. So therefore, if we are really serious, Mr. Speaker, we must, and we are not going to cry crocodile tears now in the passing of Mr. Noel Chambers in the condition that he was. We must use this in this occasion that has come to the fore to make a transition. As I said to Ms. Davis this morning, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Noel Chambers' passing in the circumstances is the equivalent of the George Floyd incident in the United States. Yes, no, get me correctly. Look here. And that's the point. And that's the point. And that's the point. In the case of the United States with George Floyd, the conscience of the country, the United States, and the conscience of the people throughout the world is saying this ought not to happen again. Right? The system needs to be changed so that that does not happen again there. In the case of Noel Chambers, the system must change so that this does not happen again. That's the parallel that I'm seeking to make, Mr. Speaker. And we must have the resolve to make sure that that happens, whichever administration happens to be in government. So, Mr. Speaker, to you, Mr. Minister, let us agree that immediately the leniency proposal that is being considered revisit that 30-year period that is on the table. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, persons detained for 5 years and over without the trial being completed. And I just 5 years for me is for me even very long. 5 years is long. But knowing that many persons are there for longer periods where their guilt has not been established by the state. The state, our country, we must set a system in place to expedite those trials and bring them to a conclusion within a very short time so that those persons don't fall in the situation as Mr. Chambers. Because Mr. Chambers never had a mental problem when he went in. It is the circumstances of his incarceration no doubt contribute to his mental deterioration. Right? It's very likely, I am not diagnosing it, but I'm saying what you hear prevail there. Tell me, any of us with a conscience, would not make any of you go crazy? Right? Mr. Speaker, this is not a matter that we must take partisan position on. This is a matter that we collectively must take a position on. Point of order. It's a matter that we must make
Point of order. Point of order. State the point of order.
Mr. Speaker, just ascertaining whether what the member is saying amounts to facts. It is a horrible situation, a sensitive situation, and the state will have to deal with it. But unless there is a fact that is not in dispute, in respect of the mental state of the deceased and his fitness to plead, I would ask the member not to allow the emotion to get away, because consequences flow.
Colleague, I'm simply making the point. My personal feeling, I'm expressing my personal feeling that if that situation existed for me or anyone I know, reasonably it could cause that to cause that to happen. I'm not saying here that it was the cause of it.
Mr. Jackson, I don't wish to have a quarrel with you, but when you're making a statement of facts, you cannot put it that way because it's being recorded as a fact. So if you're going to make a statement from your impression of a thing, you should state that clearly so that the Attorney General would not have to ask you to make it clear that it is not a medical facts you are presenting, your impression of it.
Mr. Speaker, I pity you did not pick up my response to the Attorney General because I did make that point. I did say I am not claiming that it was the cause. Rather, I'm saying my feeling is that such a situation could cause. So I'm not making a statement of fact in that instance. So let me just clear that. So, as I said, for those who are there for 5 years and more, we must agree on an expedited conclusion. Put it this way. Whatever is to be done. Whatever is to be done. Yeah, it could be. Could be. I am more concerned, Mr. Speaker, in enabling the desired end result through whatever processes that can get you there. That is my contention. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of the... I'll just finish the others. Let me finish the other one. He did both together. No, he did both together. So I want to do both. Right. And by the way, member from West Kingston, it was in 1980 that Mr. Chambers was detained. Right? For the record. But when he was detained, it's not of issue. The fact is that he spent the time across both administrations. Across both. It doesn't matter.
There's a way
right?
of
it is unfortunate that we are seeking to politicize this matter.
Mr. Warmington, if you wish to...
Okay. Mr. Speaker,
Warmington, if you wish to speak, then indicate
Mr.
so.
Speaker, can I get some protection from the member, from my neighbor?
Members, let me advise you. There is a way to do it. If you wish the member to yield, so you make a comment on what he's saying, then so request. Or you stand on a point of order. I cannot take both of you having discussion across the floor on a point. There is a proper way to do it.
I wasn't discussing
Mr. Warmington, if you wish Mr. Jackson
he has no intervention.
Make the request, and then you state, and then he proceed.
He never really
wanted
to intervene, just to make trouble. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of the Horizon Park killing of the 2 police officers and the others who were injured, I was on the scene in the morning along with the minister and the commissioner and the leader of opposition and my colleague, Member of Parliament, Natalie Nita. It was a solemn occasion. Right? Very, very sad. For the fellow members of the JCF and members of the security services generally, and the country at large. As been said before, inside here and outside here, that killing and attack on the security forces is an attack on the state. It is an attack on all Jamaicans who believe in the rule of law and every decent citizen of this country. The assault on criminals must be an assault by all of us, regardless of political sides we sit on or other consideration. Those are young policemen in the early period of their lives and their profession. One is from South Manchester, and the other is from St. Catherine. In fact, I met some of the family members on the scene in the morning, some from Natalie's area. Mr. Speaker, we are relieved that no other member of the force died. The more seriously injured is Superintendent Leon Tunis. I had the occasion to visit with his wife and his sister on the morning while he was in surgery at the Spanish Town Hospital. Mr. Speaker, it is not the first time that members of the security force has come under attack. In fact, a few days prior to that, in West Kingston, the security forces were pinned down. Why were they pinned down? They were merely trying to enforce the provisions of the risk management order that restrict gathering of certain size and after a certain time of day. And they were under attack. That is not an opinion. That is a matter of fact as reported by the security forces. Mr. Speaker, I make that point simply to say the level of brazenness by criminals in the country today is of grave concern. In West Kingston a few days ago, in Spanish Town a later date. Every single Jamaican is asking, where next? And who next? That is the situation that prevails. If criminals can have the nerve to take on the security forces, why will they be reluctant to take on any ordinary citizen, armed or unarmed? We have to come to grips with what situation prevails in the country now. It is not business as usual. It is not a safe place. Jamaica is not a safe place. Mr. Speaker, for the policemen who died, we have to make sure that when we ask our fellow Jamaicans who offer themselves to protect us, that we provide them with sufficient, adequate, appropriate gears for the different undertakings that they will pursue. For example, in the case when police officers have to go on special operations, where they are very likely to encounter high-powered weapons, it must be the case that all those officers do not only have vests, but they have the appropriate vests. Because what I am told is that on many occasions, the police go out there ill-equipped. Yes, they have a vest. And I hear the Commissioner of Police on a radio program say they have ordered in thousands of vests. But you have thousands of inappropriate vests, then you are not properly equipped. So, Mr. Speaker, as a country, the people who we ask to put their lives on the line, the very least we can do is to make sure that they are properly equipped. Yes, yes. Some of them, yeah. So, but I'm just saying, make sure that that happens. Because those things are preventable things, those sad episodes. And the other thing as it regards to equipment is not even to have them, but to make sure that they're properly serviced. Because these vests have expiry period. So you can have a vest of the right grade, but its effectiveness has expired. And our officers are at risk. You see, Mr. Speaker, it is not only the officers, but it's also their families. On Friday morning, when I met with some of those family members, you directly and immediately get to appreciate the depth of the impact from each incident to one of the police. Those are Jamaicans who we must make sure that the quality of their lives are not compromised when there are doable things that can prevent those from happening. So let me close, Mr. Speaker, by asking, Minister, much has been said about how much we have spent on security, right? But at the end of the day, the proof is in the pudding. What happens on these occasions? Let us vow as a country to do the best that we can do. We cannot accept mediocrity as any new norm. We must resolve to make this bad and terrible situation one that never occurs again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, before we proceed further, Mr. Chuck, could you hold a minute, please? When matters of importance like these come to the House, members tend to diverge from the standing order. I am going to ask that we stick to the standing order in order to get the House business. Dr. Chang has spoken, I will tell you, Mr. Jackson has spoken for 20 odd minutes, but I allow him because he's speaking on behalf of the opposition. Anybody else to speak must ask a question according to the standing order when a statement is made by a minister. I will not stand for or allow speeches to follow a statement by a minister outside of the standing order. So, Mr. Cho, you're a minister, and I'm going to ask you to speak at this time, but follow the rules.
No. Mr. Speaker.
Order, please.
Mr. Speaker.
I don't know what Mr. Chuck is going to say, and therefore he has to proceed.
I seek your permission for two first to speak from a seat other than my own. I don't know where my seat is at the moment. Which is the most appropriate position.
Mr. Chuck, please. Mr. Chuck, please, with respect. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to insist that you adhere to the standing orders. Yes. This place is becoming a poppy show. Sometimes one side, sometimes the other. But we cannot just run the thing in this way. There are rules by which we are guided. And today I have a resolution which I plan to put forward to adjust the standing orders appropriately to enable some of the freedom that we have been enjoying. But until then, Mr. Speaker, we must comply. We have a busy day. We have a minister waiting to make a presentation. We have a minister of finance come here to make, and we are going to go into an extended debate where there is no provision.
No,
for
Mr.
it.
Samuda, no.
That's what you are going to permit.
No, we're not going to do
Whether
that.
it is a debate
I have allowed and I have stated.
promoted by that side or this side. My colleague, Minister Chuck, is a minister.
Now, can I? Well, that's exactly what I want to do. That's what I would like to do. Mr. Speaker.
Order,
Mr.
please.
Speaker,
Mr. Chuck, 1 minute.
I am seeking.
Not 1 minute, Mr. Chuck. Let me make it clear. Every member has a right to ask a question from either side after a statement by a minister.
Huh?
Right? And so, Mr. Chuck,
Mr.
you wish to
Speaker,
ask a question,
my
you may proceed without disruption. Order, please.
My only purpose, Mr. Speaker, for standing up is to clarify a number of points that the spokesperson on national security has made. And I think it's very important for these points to be clarified. Now, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, first of all,
I'm unable to hear Mr. Chuck, you know, because everybody is disrupting.
huh? Yes, but Mr. Speaker, first of all, inmates who are mentally unfit, are now held at the court's pleasure. And that position, Mr. Speaker, was the correctional services are being blamed, but mentally unfit persons used to be held at Bellevue until 1975, when the position was changed by the then administration that they should be held in the correctional services, which is the most inappropriate institution because there are no psychiatrists attached to the correctional services. So where in 1975 they used to be held where you have psychiatrists who could present to the court whether they are fit to plead, that no longer applies because no psychiatrists are held in the correctional services.
Mr. Chuck, with greatest of respect for you and as a minister, if I allow you,
I am clarifying the position.
If I allow you, I am going to have to allow everybody else.
Mr. Speaker,
I understand your position, but a resolution must come to the Parliament so that members can speak on it. If I am to follow the rules, I must follow it from Prime Minister to Leader of Opposition to every member.
With due respect,
and I'm going to ask you, please,
Mr.
I'm going to
Speaker,
ask you with the greatest of respect, Mr. Chuck.
Mr. Speaker,
if you have a question to ask, ask it. If you don't have a question, bring a resolution next week and you will discuss
Mr. Speaker, with due respect, you have allowed the spokesperson for national security to elaborate, unfortunately, on too many justice points, most of which are without foundation. And you don't want me to clarify it? I must be allowed to clarify it.
Mr. Speaker.
I can't be asking a question.
Mr.
The man
Speaker.
has misinterpreted.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chuck.
I'm politicizing the issue. I must be allowed to clarify the issues.
Mr. Chuck, you are correct. You are correct this time. And I will accept my mistake, but I will not make a mistake to make you speak.
Well, am I allowed 2 minutes to respond to him?
No. Because if I allow you to speak, I'm going to have to allow members on that side to speak. And we are going to go on for 3 hours. I am not going to allow it to happen.
Mr. Speaker.
So with the greatest of respect, Minister.
All I need to do, Mr. Speaker, is to clarify. All I want to do is to clarify the misleading information of the member.
All right, with great respect, Mr. Chuck.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
Speaker.
communicate in writing to the minister that when he is answering, he can do that.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
It is absolutely unfair.
Mr. Speaker.
It is absolutely unfair that the member should be misleading the House.
Mr.
He
Speaker.
should know that during his administration, the sister of Noel Chambers wrote KD Knight,
Mr. Speaker.
and they did nothing.
Mr. Speaker.
You stand when a member is
You have
speaking.
allowed them, Mr. Speaker, to politicize the issue,
when the
and I
member-
must not respond.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chuck, next time when the member is speaking, you get
Stand
up
on
and
a
make a
point of
correction.
order, yes.
You
Mr. Speaker.
cannot wait until this.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
There, yield a little. Mr.
Dr.
Speaker.
Chuck, please have a seat now. Let me deal with Mr. Chuck. As a minister, I'm going to take some advice.
No, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with due respect, the position proposed and postulated by the member should not be allowed to stand. You have a situation, Mr. Speaker, where mentally
Mr. Speaker,
unfit
insist that you
persons in the
listen to
institution.
me, Mr. Speaker.
All right.
Point of order.
I'm going to deal with you. I'm going to ask you to sit while I speak.
Mr. Speaker.
Have a seat, doctor. Have a
Mr.
seat.
Speaker. I am
Have a seat, please. I'm dealing with Mr. Chuck. Turn your mic off, Mr. Chuck, and you'll hear me. I am going to ask you, please, to bring a resolution next week to correct what he is doing. If I allow you to speak, several members are going to have to speak on what you have said, and I'm not going to allow it. So I'm going to ask you, Dr. Chang is going to have to answer some questions. So I'm going to ask you to sit beside him, tell him what you would like to say in a question, and he will deal with when he stands next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please.
Mr. Speaker, you know, this time I agree with you.
It's what?
This time I agree with you. Because the procedure, Mr. Speaker, as you have clearly enunciated, is that if there was a point that the member felt that this member was misleading the House, he should have done it at that point in time. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, on the other point that you have made, that the minister will have an opportunity to reply to questions and then he can make the corrections. So that's why I'm agreeing with you at this time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for agreeing with me. Mr. Chuck, you have a question, Mr. Member from West, from Central Kingston.
Mr. Speaker. Huh? What?
Order, please.
Mr. Speaker, is the minister aware of
Your mic is not.
Both of them are on. Mr. Speaker, is the minister aware of the reported cruel conditions surrounding the death of Mr. Noel Chambers? And if so, will the minister state who is responsible for the obvious neglect of those circumstances, whatever the formalities of the continued custody of this gentleman? The report is that the gentleman had bed sores, was infested with bed bugs, and suffered significant malnutrition. Human beings in the service of the government, will the minister affirm, must have been detailed to take care of persons in that condition. Are these persons going to be disciplined? Is the budget, which we understand has been curtailed in this issue, is it sufficient to deal with the problems of aged and infirm and sometimes incontinent prisoners like Mr. Noel Chambers? It is a human issue that I'm at the base of the question I'm asking the minister. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, and finally, Is the minister aware of, or is he willing to explore those non-government organizations, perhaps religious organizations, who would be willing to take persons who are aged and in prison if there is no public facility, provided there is some support for their care during this period, during the period of their life?
There's another question from that side. If you ask it and then you answer one time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Detective Dean Biggs was from my constituency in Warwick, a very humble community in South Manchester. It is said that he was one of the finest intelligence officers. Minister, is it the norm to have intelligence officers on such operations?
Dr. Chang?
Let me comment first on the issue, Mr. Noel Chambers. Mr. Speaker, let me indicate I decidedly did not focus on specific dates. As I said in the beginning, I thought the events surrounding Mr. Chambers' death was one of a national embarrassment, and all of us as leaders must accept some level of responsibility, and we don't want to get into finger pointing. And I had that discussion with my colleague from the other side who speaks on justice. I agreed, but I think he went a little bit over the edge, as my colleague in justice was trying to point out. I won't go into too much details, but it started in 1975. And what started in terms of moving communities, mental health treatment to the community was, in theory, a good event, but from then, as a graduating medical student, I would have asked what was happening to the people who were mentally ill and incarcerated, because the psychiatric unit, forensic psychiatry, was closed with nothing to replace it. And that's where the problem started and just end up in this kind of disaster. When we take decisions, we have to look at all aspects of it, especially when it's related to the poor people in the community, because it cannot be done that you execute one part very well. Bellevue population went from 3,400 to under 500. Community mental health officers were appointed, and some good work was done. But this was a major error and a disaster that was set up. And we have to accept as a country liability and deal with it. As a country, individual cases I don't wish to go into at this stage. In terms of NGO, yes, we are exploring that. A number of the people who are not just for mentally ill, they are people who have been, they are inmates who have been given life sentences. They have, bear in mind, they have spent 40 years in prison. They was going through incarcerated, that he has suddenly become, he was maltreated for years upon years. He did pretty well in the first few years. In fact, I think he was one of those who used a kind of ward assistant to assist other patients when he could. I think that term used for them. They trained them to assist the other patients because we don't have enough. Orderly. Yeah, it's an inmate orderly, which we don't have enough such trained people, which is a defect in our system of correctional service, to assist patients, bedridden patients and so forth. So I think we need to point out, as I said, the events were unfortunate, and in a democratic country, both of us were in government over those periods. That side served 21 years, we served 17 out of the 40 odd years that were there. And there is much blame to throw around, quite frankly, because there were errors in government in particular to point out, and started with that particular shift when inmates were taken from a forensic psychiatric institute and placed a correction institute which had no facility to take them. And that's the real fundamental issue which we have to correct immediately. I pledge I'll work with you, and this House can monitor, as well as the public can monitor, the work we do over the next few weeks to ensure we can take care. But I must emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that those who are considered unfit to plead and have been found so for some time, it's the professional view, the single forensic psychiatrist we have in the island, that we must evaluate all of them. And as I indicate in my presentation, we are seeking the support of the Psychiatry Association to get enough psychiatrists that we can do this in a short time. In fact, they indicate to me if they get the numbers, which I'd expect they would get, because they too should be concerned as to what's happening to them as individuals, as human beings who have mental illness that they should be treating, that it could take 3 weeks. I've told them I'd take 6 weeks, because I know how this kind of activity goes. I'm expecting, in fact, and already a week has gone, Dr. Goldburn, who is in the Ministry of Health, is to get back to me, to the Ministry tomorrow, to give us an idea of who will be doing the assessment, how many are available. We'll pay for the sessions. If they wish to volunteer, fine, and then we'll look at how we allocate them. Those will go back to court to be released, which there are several. Some will not be assigned to infirmaries, as we'll discuss with the Ministry or local government if what's available. And I did, in fact, speak of a bishop who I've worked with in the past to look if there are facilities that we can have. And even if we provided some of the physical facilities, they would assist with the manpower to do so. We definitely are taking steps to correct this problem in the near term. And the Chief Justice have indicated some action they have taken, along with what we take in the correctional service, that in the medium term, this will never happen again to any Jamaican citizen. That's my pledge to this Honorable House, and the public, as well as members of the House, can hold us accountable, because what happened was indeed a major failure of the state in this aspect. The families, it is a challenge when members who have been in the facility for long, and let me repeat, we are evaluating all 300. Emphasis was made on the 30 and over because a special plea was made, but even those require special assessment to decide where you put them, whether you send them to a home, family, if you find a family, or you send them to an institution that can manage. In addition to that, there's a cultural issue dealing with mental illness in Jamaica. That's just a reality we have to deal with. And the move to community mental health was one that was designed to begin to overcome that. There are still intrinsic issues that affect our society, and many of those who have been there for a long time, you have challenges finding families who can take them. And sometimes it has happened in this case. In the early stages, reference was made, he was incarcerated for the charge of murder, in fact, and deemed unfit to plead. Later on, when he was found fit to plead, a number of errors came in the system, and then the family, as I said, a suspect from frustration, did not appear, did not visit, and the correction officer themselves didn't find him. Then they started to make contact again in the last 2 years. That is the fact surrounding Mr. Noel Chambers' passing, and one which the Ministry of National Security, through the Department of Correctional Service, will take steps to work closely with the Ministry of Justice and all the relevant departments and aids of government to ensure we not only correct the problem, but we'll make sure it will not happen again. It's our responsibility we hold for the entire country. In the case of the shooting last week, let me just correct some errors and issues that have gone forward. The police force had new vest. In fact, part of the degradation, the quality of the police infrastructure over here was they had a lot of the vests, and this is not a matter of just fact of life we inherited, predecessors inherited. The vests were past date. We have ordered that vest to, in fact, ensure the police force have vests assigned to almost every single individual. There are few, but the majority of the force are individual vests assigned. In fact, there was a classical case in Spanish Town, I think a year ago, when an officer was lost because his vest was sent to another officer because vests were short. All of these are new vests, and they all fit specifications. Vests have different specifications, Mr. Speaker. The vest, the individuals were shot with an army, an assault rifle with combat specifications, an M16, AR-15 I think is there, double barrel, at a distance that would no officer be wearing a vest to stop that bullet within that kind of range. They were within maybe 10 yards. I don't have the exact briefing, but it was very near, and you don't wear vests in normal operation that will stop a bullet at that distance. They're brand new, they're new vests, and those kind of vests will be able to stop up to a 45, but stopping an M16 at that range is unlikely. There are vests that can stop an M16 near, but they're heavy, and police don't normally wear them unless they are going a specific operation where they expect to meet in a combat situation. And there are not many of them. They are assigned to the SWAT team and special ops team when they are going on particular operation they expect to meet. This was in a residential community. They know the old man was a killer, and they had information. But in those circumstances, when men are on patrol regularly, they wear vests that are the normal police vests that you wear. And they have a lifespan maybe 3 or 4 years. We had just replaced them. They're in good order. And at that distance, said there was nothing would have stopped. The vest they wear could not have stopped the execution of the men who were involved. In the case of Superintendent Clooney, he hit below the vest, which will happen which can happen in certain situations. But the police equipment, what we have done with police equipment in the last year is to literally upgrade, replace equipment for the police to bring them into the modern age and give them current stuff. Not only vests we bought helmets, bulletproof helmets, ballistic helmets. The equipment, if you go to Elliston Road, is an entirely new communication facility. Brand new, installed in there. I think my colleague who was once a minister would have been a bit jealous of seeing them today. Went there. Just installed. I don't know he's happy to have them, but brand new stuff installed in the place. I know he'd have done them if he had the opportunity to do so. In addition to the new vehicles they have, we are putting the Amber Fleet Management System and the surveillance and number of things, which gives them added capacity and increased efficiency. So I also want to assure the House that's a commitment, not only the country, that will give the police the kind of equipment they require to carry out the jobs. The brutal murder of the 2 young officers, Corporal Biggs and Constable Hilton, are trauma and entire society and most tragic. But again, let me emphasize to our minister that I would like to say in closing, the problem is a chronic one, and we don't want to point fingers. Let me read just a paragraph of an article, and I will ask the members to guess when it was. Montego Bay is now in the grip of a serious crime wave, which leading citizens, let me read it clearly, citizens can no longer be hushed up. Criminal gangs have taken charge of sections of the town, and those areas, criminal gangs have taken charge of sections of the town, and those areas the people are going about their business in fear. Rival gangs have been clashing with blazing guns over the past few weeks. There has been a disturbing spawning upswing in robberies. That could have been written a few months ago. That was some 50 years back. 50. So, sometimes we make comments, and I think in this house we have to just keep focus and deal with reality. That was written in leading newspaper 50 years ago, to be exact. Right? And there are others like that. I think there was one I would have quoted, I can't, but I made some 30 years ago when I was first elected in Montego Bay, of similar nature. What I can say, of course, is that today, St. James, as a community, is enjoying the lowest crime rate in 25 years. It also, in terms of the success rate, they have not only been reducing the criminal activity, but they have found in that single police division some 64 firearms, of which 14 were high-powered assault rifles in good order. And I just mentioned that there is success coming through with continued committed effort by good police officers, but we have a way to go, and we have to unite as a country behind the security forces, continuing investment, and we'll get on top of this criminal situation. This is the intelligence officer. Yes, no, this is It's a squad of 11 went out, and they sometimes do so. They are not undercover intelligence officers. Corporal is the head of DIU in Spanish Town, which is a recognized intelligence unit that is known to the public. He's an extremely capable officer, and the kind of officer would go to ensure they went where they should go. Mistake identity is something that can happen in police, and that will put the police in an extremely difficult position from time to time. Had they got to the wrong house and shot in the body, it would be a big problem. He got the information, he led the party there. Superintendent Clunas was in charge, but he was there to ensure they, in fact, went to the right house. Remember, Horizon Park is a residential community, well-established residential community. It's not the kind of venue there, they'll just go anywhere to look for a criminal of this stature. Okay.
Semudo.
Mr. Speaker, I just have a question on each of the statements by Minister Cha.
You're asking a question?
Yes, I am. I said
I've asked members to ask the questions so that, listen to me. I asked members to ask their questions so that the minister can answer them one time, so that we can move on with the business of the House. So I'm going to, you're standing on it, I can't tell you to sit at this stage, I won't. But I'm going to ask members, when the minister makes a statement, every member has a right to ask him a question, ask a question, and let him get up and answer them. We're not going to spend one item all day in this House. So, Mr. Bunting, you have a question with regards to the statement of the minister?
I have a question with regards to each of the statements. The minister made 2 statements. I have a question on each of the statements. One question on each of the statements.
Ask a question and not a debate.
But if you would allow me, Minister, the first question is on the statement you made surrounding the death of Noel Chambers. Minister, at its core, this is an issue of the violation of the human rights of a person with a disability, in this case, a cognitive disability. These persons with disabilities are amongst the world's largest and poorest minorities, and often do not have a voice to speak on their behalf. So this is one of the few opportunities where we in this parliament who are elected can provide a voice for them. Minister, you said on the final page of your statement that the building of a forensic psychiatric facility is the ideal long-term solution. Minister, I want to suggest to you that this is the only solution. There will never be adequate therapeutic treatment for persons with disabilities in a correctional facility. It is not designed for that. I think you traced the history correctly, and I want to ask you to put it in question form. Minister, please, will you just go straight to the only acceptable solution as a society for treatment of persons with cognitive disabilities, which is the building of a forensic psychiatric facility? Anything else is going to be suboptimal, and we will continue with the ironic situation where an unfit to plead law, which was historically designed to protect the person with cognitive disabilities, and in fact it ends up with cases like Alfred Nethersole, where if they pled guilty and were found guilty, they would get 3 months instead of the 28 years that they actually served. That's the first question.
Dr. Chang.
The answer to this is easy.
That's your last question. Proceed.
No, I'll accept. The only optimum position is to build a psychiatric. So I'm having such discussions with the Ministry of Health to come to a quick decisions in terms of budget and location. But I accept fully the member's question. The only appropriate solution is to establish, Mr. Speaker, a forensic psychiatric institute within our health facilities. The Ministry of Health will accept responsible treatment and rehabilitation. The correctional services will provide security for both the staff and the person inside. And you can monitor.
And Minister, in the first statement, this is not a question on the first statement, you said in support of the continued serial and routine use of states of emergency that over the last 2 years, the homicide curve, you're using the epidemiologists of the term of flattening the curve. You said the homicide curve across the island has been flattened. The truth is, Minister, you have flattened the curve, but at a higher level than where it had been flattened previously. And what the continued statements that the SOEs are working is really just gaslighting the public. The truth of the matter is that homicides as of June 13th, year to date, at 609, the same figure coincidentally as last year, is well above the number of homicides in any of the years between 2011 and 2015 when there were no states of emergency. So what you have done is using states of emergency with more resources available, you have now flattened the curve at a higher level than it had been previously without any states of emergency.
Mr. Speaker, I'll only allude to the fact that it's a debate that is not a winnable debate. There are a number of things, however, that should be borne in mind. One, the pathology of killing among, and I use another medical term, gangs, are fairly simple. One is retaliation. And when you're above, when you're at 900 or above, it's going to counter retaliation. It's a challenge to, you have to bring it below a certain number when you can get sustainable reduction. So holding it stable or flattening the curve is an achievement by the police force, because one of the things that happen as well, when you remove from the community and the space in which they operate, the top leaders of gangs or criminal units are involved in killing, the sub-units splinter into small groups, and in seeking to establish them, they kill each other for some time. So in fact, you'll have a level of conflict continuing for some time until the police can cover it. In addition to that, the strength of the police force must be evaluated. While we have sought to improve the capacity and efficiency with improvement in the technology, infrastructure, and looking at strengthening of some of our legislation, the fact of life, when you have 1,600 CIB officers, which is why we're looking at training more, and they resolve 700 homicides in a year, compared to any other jurisdiction, it's a major achievement. We often compare with a city, say, like New York. If you have a homicide in New York, you get 10 detectives assigned to the homicide. The crime scene specialists, in the particular area of the kind of incident that may have taken place, whether it is domestic or other type of killing or gang-oriented or interpersonal conflict, whatever it is, drug-related, you get DA, etc. You get 5 specialists involved. In Jamaica, every single CIB man have 10 to 15 homicide dealing with and overlapping. So we have to look at that, which is why the security force have asked for extraordinary measures until we can get this number to a level where the police force can manage. We're not depending either on just the police force that's there. We have indicated that we need to expand the size of the force and improve the manpower to 18,000. That number didn't come from guesswork. Analysis was done by the police officers, and men who understand the levels of performance that a force can give. And we're heading in that direction. Initially for 16,000. We have had a few weeks delay because we have to have additional training facilities, not only for basic training in policing, but for specialized courses for investigation and other activities. Among the formations which the Commissioner has initiated that is making a difference, in addition to the IPROB, the Public Safety and Traffic Enforcement Branch is an issue, but we have already started training of investigators before we appoint them into the CIB formation. The technology branch has certainly made a major contribution to the efficiency of the police force. And in terms of training, I can say that we have just opened the Tranquility Bay facility, which will allow us to double capacity in training, so that we can begin to look at bringing in about 1,000 additional officers each year. It will take us to a position at some point where capacity meets the incidence of crime, and then you begin to go down. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. I understand the comments, but I think the current officers are doing their best and are doing a good job, especially the investigative team in its current formation. The demand by the security forces to have special legislation and in dealing with crime is something we have identified a long time. This state of public emergency at a level that I agree is at the highest level, but the zones of special operation will continue. In fact, they may have contributed significantly to the improved situation in St. James, where we not only have the zones of special operation, but, Mr. Speaker, the police have now become heavily involved in implementing social intervention, which is what I've advocated for some time, that social intervention cannot be done in a silo by the NGO or a government agency separate or a project. In fact, I've mentioned before one item that's of interest, should be of interest to the entire House. In Montego Bay, over the last 8 weeks, when the schools were closed, the Minister of Education will tell you, the quick response, which is the highest trained team in terms of the special operation team in the police, these are the blue denim riding a crash, a specially prepared bike, they crash arm on the bike, so they can in fact stop without and drop the bike without having to stop. They're highly trained. They can shoot riding accurately. They are the best of the teams. Yet, which is what normally is a team that inspires fear. Well, for the last 6 weeks, that's a team that was taking weekly supply of schoolwork from teachers to the parents in the communities where they have no internet. That's what they're doing for the last 6 weeks, conveying a different message. And I'm saying that is part of the reason why you have such a reduction in felonies in Montego Bay, and that example come across there as we expand the operation of the force in that direction. And you can begin to look to some reduction of the extreme measures, extreme law that we're using, but to do so in a context that we can assure the public that will keep the crime rate not only flat, but going down. Thank you.
Samuel.
Mr. Speaker, we can proceed with the agenda as I outlined earlier, and our next involvement here will be bills brought forward, and we're going to hear from the Minister of Science, Technology and Energy.
No, you have any further statements?
No more statements.
Okay, well then.
Right, just follow the agenda.
Laid on the table of the House, the Senate today are the following. Laid on the table of the House today are the following. Minister Paper number 26, the Court of Appeal Annual Report 2019. Sorry. Minister Paper number 27, Law Reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, Mount Salem Community Zone, Social Interventions. Minister Paper number 28, entitled Law Reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, Denham Town Community Zone Social Intervention. Ministry Paper number 29, entitled Annual Performance Evaluation Report 2019-2020. Ministry of Industry, Commerce, Agriculture and Fisheries Sustainable Growth Advanced. Customs Tariff and Trade and Economic Cooperation Agreement between CARICOM and Cuba Resolution 2020. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Communities Measurement. Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zone, extension of period of operation, number 3 order 2020, and the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zone, extension of period of operation, number 3 order 2020 resolution. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period of operation number 3 order 2020. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period of operation number 3 order 2020 resolution. Jamaica Hansard Parliamentary Proceedings of the House of Representatives, Session 2015 to 2016, Volume 41, Number 2, September 1, 2015, December 8, 2015. Report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the Office of the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information. Report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. Report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development. Report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations of the Ministry of National Security, the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, and the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology. The Jamaica Gazette Supplement, the Emergency Powers Act, Emergency Powers Number 2 Regulations 2020.
Bills brought from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, I now invite you to ask the Minister of Science, Technology
Mr. Samuda, we just have 2 more points before.
Pardon?
There were bills brought from the Senate. Sorry. Go ahead, Mrs.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate to the Honorable House of Representatives. I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 12th day of June 2020, a bill entitled An Act to Protect the Privacy of Certain Data and for Connected Matters was passed in the Senate with 3 amendments for which the Senate desires the concurrence of this Honorable House. And the amendments have been circulated.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask for your consent that the Senate adjust amendments to the bill shortly entitled the Data Protection Act 2020 be now considered and approved.
Those in favor?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the Senate amendments to the Data Protection Act 2020 be now approved.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? There's of it. Petitions? Papers? Reports from committees?
Mr. Speaker, you want to do it for him?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, okay.
Mr. Phillips?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following reports. Reports of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Office of the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information. Report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. Report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, and report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Ministries of National Security, Education, Youth and Information, and Science, Energy and Technology.
Mr. Speaker.
Motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Hilton.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Sessional Select Committee on Economy and Production on its deliberations on the school feeding program.
What is it? What is it? Notices of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chuck.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my colleague, Mr. Darrell Vaz, I beg to give notice that the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Special Economic Zones Amendment Act 2020. Huh?
Order, please. Mr. Montego, please turn off your mic, please.
A bill shortly entitled and
Yeah? Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motions. Be it resolved that the reports of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Office of the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, which was laid on the table of the House on the 16th day of June 2020, be adopted. Be it resolved that the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, which was laid on the table of the House on the 16th day of June 2020, be adopted. Be it resolved that the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, which was laid on the table of the House on the 16th day of June 2020, be adopted. Be it resolved that the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, which was laid on the table of the House on the 16th day of June 2020, be adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister, go ahead.
I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move and have the following two motions. The Bauxite and Alumina Industry Special Provisions Act, the Bauxite and Alumina Industry Special Provision General Alumina Jamaica Limited Associated Producer Order 2020 Resolution. Whereas by virtue of Section 4.1 of the Bauxite and Alumina Industry Special Provisions Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Minister may, by order, declare to be an associate producer any bauxite producer with whom the government has an agreement in force under which the government is associated either directly or indirectly with that bauxite producer in the production of bauxite or alumina in Jamaica or in related enterprises, or B,
Any person who, 1, is engaged in the winning in Jamaica of bauxite or in the producing of alumina, or in producing in Jamaica of alumina from bauxite, 1 in Jamaica, and is in the opinion of the minister in a special relationship with the government. Or 2, is engaged in the winning in Jamaica of bauxite or in the producing in Jamaica of alumina from bauxite, 1 in Jamaica, or is engaged in other related enterprises or in all those activities and enterprises, and in any case has entered into a special agreement with the government for the purpose of facilitating the carrying on of those activities or enterprises of the rationalizing the bauxite industry. And whereas on the 10th day of June 2020, the Minister made the Bauxite and Alumina Industry Special Provisions General Alumina Jamaica Limited Associated Producer Order 2020 pursuant to Section 4(1)(b) of the Act. And whereas it is provided by Section 4, subsection 4, that any order made under the Section 4(1) of the Act shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honorable House of Representatives as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions General Alumina Jamaica Limited Associate Producer Order 2020 Resolution. The Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions General Alumina Jamaica Limited Associate Producer Order 2020, which was laid on the table of the House on the 16th day of June 2020, is hereby affirmed. And Resolution 2, the Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions Act, the Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions Clarendon Alumina Production Limited Associate Producer Order 2020 Resolution. Whereas by virtue of Section 4(1) of the Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Minister may, by order, declare to be an associate producer, A, any bauxite producer with whom the government has an agreement in force under which the government is associated either directly or indirectly with that bauxite producer in the production of bauxite or alumina in Jamaica or in related enterprises, or B, any person, 1, is engaged in the winning in Jamaica of bauxite or in the producing in Jamaica of alumina from bauxite, 1 in Jamaica, and is in the opinion of the minister in a special relationship with the government, or 2, is engaged in the winning in Jamaica of bauxite or in the producing in Jamaica of alumina from bauxite, 1 in Jamaica, or is engaged in any other related enterprises or in all those activities and enterprises, and in any case has entered into a special agreement with the government for the purpose of facilitating the carrying on of those activities or enterprises or of rationalizing the bauxite industry. And whereas on the 10th day of June 2020, the Minister made the Bauxite and Alumina Industry Special Provisions Clarendon Alumina Production Limited Associate Producer Order 2020 pursuant to Section 4(1)(b) of the Act. And whereas it is provided by Section 4, subsection 4, that any order made under Section 4(1) of the Act shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives. And now therefore be it resolved by this Honorable House of Representatives as follows, that the resolution may be cited as the Bauxite and Alumina Industry Special Provisions Clarendon Alumina Production Limited Associated Producer Order 2020 Resolution. The Bauxite Alumina Special Provisions Clarendon Alumina Production Limited Associate Producer Order, which was laid on the table of the House on the 16th day of June, is hereby affirmed. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take these motions.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Hilton, the Minister was before you, but I'd recognize him to speak. You don't mind? Dr. Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion: the Customs Act, the Customs Tariff, permission to speak from a seat other than other than by host. The Customs Act, the Customs Tariff, Trade and Economic Cooperation Agreement between CARICOM and Cuba, Resolution 2020. Whereas Section 5 of the Customs Act provides that the House of Representatives may from time to time by resolution impose import or export duties of customs upon any good whatsoever which may be imported into or exported from the island, and revoke, reduce, increase or alter any duties imposed, and provide for the importation or exportation of any goods without payment of customs duty on the goods. And whereas the Trade and Economic Cooperation Agreement, hereinafter referred to as the Agreement between the Caribbean Community, hereinafter referred to as CARICOM, and the Government of the Republic of Cuba, was signed on the 5th day of July 2000 with the objective of strengthening commercial and economic relations between the parties to this agreement. And whereas Jamaica, as a member state of CARICOM and a party to the agreement, implemented the provisions of the agreement to introduce reciprocal arrangements between Jamaica and the Republic of Cuba to allow for entry into Jamaica free from duty all goods specified in Annexes 2 and 5 to the agreement. And whereas the Customs Tariff CARICOM/Republic of Cuba Economic Cooperation Agreement Resolution 2014, hereinafter referred to as a resolution, was passed in the House of Representatives and published in the Jamaican Gazette, Proclamation, Rules and Regulations number 57-2A on the 29th day of July 2014 to give effect to the first protocol of the agreement. And whereas the agreement established the CARICOM-Cuba Joint Commission, hereinafter referred to as the Joint Commission, and provides that the functions of the Joint Commission shall include keeping the agreement under review and recommending any modification or amendment to the agreement. And whereas the second protocol to the agreement, signed on the 9th day of November 2017 in Georgetown, Guyana, modified the agreement to provide for A, an amendment to Annex 1 of the agreement by addition of the list of goods contained in Appendix 1, B, an amendment of Annex 2 of the agreement by the addition of the list of goods contained in Appendix 2, and 2, the deletion of item HS 9403.60, which is other wooden furniture, from Annex 2, and C, the insertion of Annex 4B of a list of goods and commitments to introduce a reduction of duties on such goods on a phased basis. And whereas it is desirable to implement the second protocol of the agreement to make provision for additional goods to be imported into Jamaica from the Republic of Cuba, now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives as follows. This resolution may be cited as the Customs Tariff, Trade and Economic Cooperation Agreement between CARICOM and Cuba Resolution 2020, and shall be read and construed as one with the Customs Tariff Revision Resolution 1972, hereinafter referred to as a Principal Resolution, and all amendments thereto. 2, the goods specified in the first schedule of this resolution and originated in the Republic of Cuba are exempt from import duty imposed under the first schedule to the Principal Resolution. 3, the goods specified in the second schedule of this resolution and originated in the Republic of Cuba shall be granted a phased reduction of duties.
Mr. Hilton.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move. Be it resolved that the report of the Sessional Select Committee on Economy and Production on its deliberations on the school feeding program, which was laid on the table of the House on the 16th day of June 2020, be adopted.
Mr. Speaker, a resolution that was left off when I was reading the resolutions. Be it resolved that the report of the Public Administration Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Ministry of National Security, Education, Youth and Information, and Science, Energy and Technology, which was laid on the table of the House on the 16th day of June 2020, be adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move the following two motions. First, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone extension of period of operation number 3, order 2020 resolution. Whereas Section 4 of the Law Reforms Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act 2017, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Prime Minister in Council may by order declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica as a zone of special operations for a period not exceeding 60 days if there are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence and murder and threat, the rule of law and public order is necessary so to do. And whereas in accordance with that section, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, declaration of the Denham Community Zone, number 2, Order 2017, and where that order provides that said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days. And whereas Section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister and Council, after consultation with Joint Command, may by order subject to affirm the resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the said period for such further periods, each not exceeding 60 days. And whereas on the 15th day of June 2020, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform zones a special operation, special select security and community development measures, the Denham Town Committee extension period of operation number 3, order number 2020. Now therefore be it resolved by the Honourable House as follows. First, this resolution may be cited the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Committee zone extension of a period of operation number 3, order 2020 resolution. 2, the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone extension period of operation number 3, order 2020 is hereby affirmed. Number 2, the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the parish of St. James Zone, extension period of operation number 3, order 2020. In exercise of the powers conferred upon the Prime Minister in Council by Section 5 of the Law Reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act, the following order is hereby made after consultation with the Joint Command. This order may be cited as the Law Reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the parish of St. James, zones of, the Mount Salem Community and Development and Environs in the parish of St. James zone, extension of period of operation number 3, order 2020. The period of operation of the Mount Salem Community and Environments in the parish of St. James zone. A, referred to in the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environment in the parish of St. James Zone, Order 2017, declared by the Prime Minister in Council on the first day of September 2017, and extended successively for a period of 60 days by virtue of order made under Section 5 of the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, Act 2017 until the 9th day of July 2020 is hereby extended for a further period of 60 days on the period of referred to in paragraph B until the 8th day of September 2020. Dated is the 15th day of June 2020. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice at a later stage today I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motions, notes of which I gave earlier.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House I will move the following resolution. Be it resolved that the House of Representatives Standing Orders Committee conduct a comprehensive review of the standing orders of the House of Representatives and report its findings and recommendations to the Honourable House. Mr. Speaker, I also beg to give notice At a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Mr. Speaker, okay.
Questions and answers to questions.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to inquire of the House Leader. I've been having some questions on the notice paper for some time, dropped off, placed back to the Honourable Minister of Tourism and the Prime Minister. Could a timeline be given as to when these questions will be looked into?
No, if they drop off, you have to retable this.
Every effort will be made to have those questions answered at the earliest possible time. At the moment, I can't give any assurance if it will be next week, but certainly before the end of this month, we will make every effort to have them answered.
Mr. Speaker, at the expiration of 21 days, I will ask the following question to the Minister of Transport and Mining.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Mr. Minister, at the expiration of 21 days, I will ask the Honourable Minister of Mining and Transport the following question standing in my name.
Motions at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sittings of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business. Mr. Shemuda.
Mr. Speaker, I now invite you to request of the Minister of Industry, Commerce, Agriculture and Fisheries to make his contribution to the sectorial debate.
Mr. Shaw.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that we will all agree that the year 2020 will be etched in our individual and collective memory as a historic experience of monumental and unprecedented proportions. Indeed, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has placed us front and center in confronting our strengths, our weaknesses, threats, and opportunities, not just as individuals, but as organizations, and as a matter of fact, as a global community. I also believe that this little island of ours has managed to stand tall and talawa during this season of the coronavirus. Mr. Speaker, as I address this honorable House this afternoon, it is my duty and my obligation to thank the Almighty for His favor. I also wish to publicly record my gratitude to my family, especially my dear wife and daughters, our cabinet colleagues led by the Most Honorable Prime Minister, my constituency and my colleague ministers and staff in the portfolio departments and agencies of the Ministry of Industry, Commerce, Agriculture and Fisheries. I wish to take this opportunity to salute the over 230,000 small farmers of Jamaica, Mr. Speaker, the over 20,000 fisher folk, our large investors in the agricultural sector, and the thousands of entrepreneurs in the micro, small and medium-sized businesses, as well as our large business enterprises, our manufacturers, exporters, traders and investors, who through thick and through thin have helped us to sustain our economy and our way of life. The Ministry of Industry, Commerce, Agriculture and Fisheries is not a small ministry, Mr. Speaker, and so in the time allotted to me today, I will only be able to present some of the highlights. I therefore refer you, sir, and the members of the Honourable House to the accompanying annual report, which has been tabled today, and which provides greater details of the work of the 32 agencies and 31 divisions that constitute this ministry. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has made it very clear that food security and import substitution, the resilience of our industries, including the MSMEs, the digitalization of our business systems, and the ability to innovate and to be agile are of paramount importance to the future sustainability of our local economy. The fact is that certain gaps in the architecture of how we do business have been highlighted by COVID-19. The challenge and opportunity are to address these gaps. As we work towards Vision 2030, Mr. Speaker, our vision in 2020 is therefore to secure opportunities for stronger, bigger, and better Jamaican industries as we stimulate renewed growth. So in my presentation today, even as we reflect on business before and during COVID-19, I want the greatest focus to be placed on our plans and efforts to stimulate growth as we look to the future and work towards stronger, better, and more resilient Jamaican industries in agriculture, fisheries, manufacturing, and the services sector. The truth, Mr. Speaker, is long before COVID-19, we had issues and we had problems. And so we can't blame everything on that either. So we have to get on with life. So I want to begin my presentation with a discussion of the agricultural sector, Mr. Speaker. The highlights of our performance prior to COVID-19 in terms of domestic crop production, despite significant challenges with unfavorable weather throughout the first 9 months of 2019, the agricultural sector ended the year with a 0.5% increase in real value added. This was bolstered by a strong recovery trend started in the last quarter of 2019, which saw the sector growing by 3%. This growth in the sector was largely influenced by the growth in the domestic crops category that grew by 4.2%, driven by better weather conditions in the last 3 months of 2019. In a context where the overall economy declined by 1.7%, and despite disruptions to the economy in March as a result of the emergence of COVID-19 pandemic, which created panic, agriculture, nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, grew by a whopping 7.8% for the January to March period of 2020. 7.8%. This 7.8% growth in agriculture was impacted by the strong performance of the domestic crop subsector, which grew by 10.7%. The output of over 190,000 tons of produce represents one of the best performing quarters ever for this subsector, Mr. Speaker. As it relates to the livestock sector, it is noteworthy that total poultry meat production in 2019 increased by 1.5% over 2018. The poultry meat industry has seen consistent growth over the last 6 years, moving from 101 million kilograms produced in 2013 to 134 million kilograms in 2018. Egg production, on the other hand, reflected some 13% decline over 2018, and this was due to a cutback by farmers based on the glut that was experienced in 2018. Preliminary estimates of production for beef and small ruminants indicate a 4.5% and 1.6% increase for 2019, respectively, while there was a 4.9% decrease in production of pork for 2019 compared with 2018. We continue to place emphasis on the revitalization efforts through the programs managed by the Jamaica Dairy Development Board, assistance to the small ruminant subsector, as well as those managed by the National Fisheries Authority. We also note and welcome the collaboration of Seprod and Nestle Jamaica Limited under their co-packing agreement for the expansion of production and sale of milk in Jamaica and the region. The sugar industry currently constitutes 3 factories: Worthy Park Estate, Appleton Estate and Frome Estate, having some combined 16,000 hectares of cane, which for the 2019-20 crop year is expected to produce 521,000 tons of cane, 44,000 tons of sugar, and 23,000 tons of molasses. This compares with production of 740,000 tons of cane, 59,000 tons of sugar, and 27,000 tons of molasses in the previous crop year. The long-standing challenges of the sugar industry are well known, and as we work assiduously with stakeholders to right-size and improve the efficiency, the seeking of new and innovative investments are being pursued. Accordingly, a team analyzing the expressions of interest in the industry in Clarendon and St. Thomas will present their report by the end of June of this year, the end of this month. The government therefore continues to support the industry and encourages farmers to continue planting and the management of your fields. As we continue to diversify the use of vast tracts of land formerly used for the cultivation of sugarcane, the Sugar Company Holdings of Jamaica during the 2019 financial year approved 92 new leases covering over 25,000 acres. In the Greater Bernard Lodge Development Project, over 100 displaced farmers and investors have been compensated with a sum of over $350 million. The SCJ Holdings has identified and allocated lands to relocate the displaced farmers and investors and has started the program of infrastructure development to assist with and facilitate re-establishment. In the Monimusk area, $200 million was allocated for the transportation of sugarcane to the processing factories at the Worthy Park in St. Catherine and Appleton in St. Elizabeth. 259 former workers benefited from a total grant of approximately $40 million, with each beneficiary receiving $156,000. 164 acres of land has been made available for agricultural development for displaced workers in Hermitage, Clarendon. And in the Golden Grove Sugar Factory area, St. Thomas, to assist with transitioning, 495 former workers and farmers and cane cutters have been issued a total grant of $72 million. 400 acres of land for development in Plant and Garden River Agro Park is also being provided by the Sugar Company Holdings of Jamaica. These, in a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, are only a few highlights of the main achievements in the agricultural sector in the fiscal year 1920. We were on an upward growth trajectory, Mr. Speaker, and then came COVID. COVID-19 came as a shock to the agricultural sector and its markets. The virtual closure of the tourism industry in March confronted the sector with an unprecedented situation in which significant quantities of fresh and perishable local agricultural produce originally destined for the tourism industry suddenly had no market. Additionally, the community market situation was further exacerbated by quarantine lockdowns and restrictions of movement, which pushed farmers with excess produce into despair. This required swift and prudent action, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry responded immediately by initiating a produce buyback program to assist in the movement of the excess production in the fields from farmers to consumers. Government, through the Ministry of Finance, immediately provided an allocation of $200 million, to which my ministry added another $40 million, thus making a total of $240 million available for the buyback program. On behalf of the farmers of Jamaica, I wish to express profound gratitude for this allocation towards stimulating continued agricultural production and securing the livelihoods of over 30,000 farmers by purchasing and distributing the excess produce across the country. Our immediate response, Mr. Speaker, has so far included purchasing, transportation and distribution of excess produce valued at $120 million, egg subsidy of $6.6 million, provision of storage for pork and administrative support $4 million, support for increased agro-processing, $2.5 million, production incentive including the distribution of fertilizer, seeds, chemicals, $52 million, provision of personal protective equipment and sanitizing agents of some $9 million, and the ministry also coordinated redistribution of approximately $12.6 million of produce donated by our farmers to quarantine communities in Bull Bay, Clarendon, St. Mary through the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. As part of drought mitigation measures, trucking of water by the National Irrigation Commission valued at $24 million with another $194 million in mitigation support to come. Our country owes an immeasurable debt of gratitude to our farmers, Mr. Speaker. During the period they did not flinch. They have remained steadfast and sure. We noted the role of RADA, working in collaboration with produce purveyors in ramping up marketing and distribution of excess supplies of produce, even as we have taken keen note of the entrepreneurial activities in the establishment of mobile food markets, farmers markets, online sales, and delivery of care packages and produce in the food industry. As it concerns production levels, our input suppliers joined forces with us and assured the consistent availability of seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides to enable continued cultivation and production. So, Mr. Speaker, I invite this Honourable House to join me in applauding our farmers, our marketers, our distributors, our input suppliers and agro-processors. They have been very strong fences in our time of need. Mr. Speaker, our records show that adequate supplies of fresh fruit and vegetables and ground provision, as well as poultry, fish, and other livestock products, remained available throughout the period from the onset of the pandemic here in Jamaica. The activities went so well that despite the onset of drought over the last few months, our assessment indicates a temporary shortage of produce such as lettuce, cabbage, carrots, zucchini, squash, and cantaloupes, resulting in a slight uptick in their prices in the marketplace. But let me assure the nation that the production of agricultural supplies is now underway. The trade in goods is adequate, and we have every confidence that barring any major weather occurrence, we should have adequate supplies of food and other goods to supply our domestic market, as well as to provide for the expected demand from the tourism and hospitality sector as they reopen. Mr. Speaker, as we work to emerge from this COVID experience, our main focus is now placed on stimulating growth in the agricultural sector. So, Mr. Speaker, as indicated earlier, the initial response to this impact was the allocation of $240 million. But the plan has now been revised and upgraded. The government, through the Ministry of Finance, has now allocated $1 billion to MICA to support our COVID-19 response for our farmers and fisherfolk in order to stimulate recovery and growth for the sector during this 2021 financial year. That is right, they will be. This $1 billion allocation, Mr. Speaker, will support the provision of equipment and machinery such as tractors, bulldozers, backhoes, and drones, infrastructure such as greenhouses, post-harvest, packing houses, shade houses, nurseries, assistance to the livestock subsector, including poultry, pigs, and small ruminants, assistance to the fisheries industry to include fingerlings, feed, fishing equipment, and gear, as well as refrigerated containers. And here I want to also make a point to the fisherfolk, and Minister Green would take special note of this. I want to say to the fisherfolk and to the areas led of the sanctuaries across the country that although the funding that was available from the conch cess is not now available because of the closure of the conch industry, we have to provide support for the sanctuaries across the country. We have support for climate-smart production and practices and technologies, including water and irrigation equipment, catchment areas and ponds, drainage, and a seed bank program. The irrigation, of course, will include irrigation equipment that is produced right here in Jamaica. But guess what? Most of it is exported to other countries in the Caribbean. We have to acquire more of our drip irrigation and make sure we get it into the hands of our farmers. Incentives for production to include purchase of excess produce from farmers, land preparation, seeds and other planting material, pest and disease management, and soil analysis. Mr. Speaker, the Agriculture Expansion Program, as articulated in the 5-year National Strategy and Action Plan for the agribusiness industry, is aimed at implementing key priority programs over the medium and long term, and this will require significant investment in the sector. We are therefore targeting Phase 2 of the US $42 million Rural Economic Development Initiative, Ready 2 project, funded by the Inter-American Development Bank and being managed by the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, for possible financing in the following key priority areas in support of the Ministry's program. We continue to support new and emerging industries such as bamboo, cannabis, castor bean and cotton to encourage the production and utilization of these products as we continue to diversify the manufacturing sector. And we also, I have to also mention, Mr. Speaker, that other products such as the expansion of breadfruit, the expansion of cassava, because these are all health foods which the world is now demanding. Instead of the flour with all of the gluten in there, with gluten-free breadfruit flour, gluten-free cassava flour. These are things that are going to stand on the world market. Absolutely. So, Mr. Speaker, in this context, the cannabis industry remains a critical subsector and has a great degree of interest in there with hundreds of applications. To date, 63 licenses have been issued, 23 are at the granted stage, and 270 applicants are also conditionally approved and are now building out their facilities to meet the requirements for the granting stage of the process. Under our 2 pilot projects for the cultivation of ganja for medical use for small farmers in a compound St. Elizabeth and Orange Hill in Westmoreland, the authority continues to provide regulatory oversight to ensure compliance with the legislation. Recent media reports have indicated that several companies have been pulling out of Jamaica as a result of the failure of the CLA to implement the required import-export regulations. I want to state categorically that this is not so. The facts are that license holders in the medical cannabis industry are not hindered in their ability to export products from Jamaica, although the official regulations are not yet complete. Almost complete at this stage, though. But since November of 2018, license holders have had the opportunity to export cannabis, inflorescence, buds, and extracts from Jamaica to jurisdictions across the world. This has been facilitated by the CLA through the establishment of interim measures for the export and import of cannabis, which are published on the authority's official website. To date, the CLA has granted 15 export authorizations, resulting in exports to several countries such as Canada, Australia, the Cayman Islands. These exports have been for various purposes, including research, medical purposes, cultivation, and manufacturing of medical products. With further support, the medical cannabis industry will continue moving forward, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry, through the Revitalized Trust for Agricultural Production, will continue to provide incentives for small farmers and other investors in the production of strategically selected crops and livestock for import substitution and export potential. These include Irish potato, onions, sweet potatoes, peppers, sweet corn, dasheen, cassava, yams, sorrel, spices, strawberry, pineapples, condiments, and livestock such as small ruminants and pigs. During 2019, a total of $565 million was spent to provide the necessary incentives to grow those special crops. And I should say, Mr. Speaker, just last week, I went to Spring Plains, where 10,000 pounds of pepper is being reaped on a weekly basis, collected by Grace Kennedy and processing into pepper mash and other pepper sauce. This year, we will continue to ramp up production under the Production and Productivity Program in order to support the import substitution agenda, reduce the food import bill, and respond to demands in the hospitality, regional, and diaspora markets. And one more, the school feeding program. A national homegrown school feeding program is going to be developed. It's underway already with the support of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, Mr. Speaker. With the supplementary support to this budget, our ability to respond to the needs of the sector now stands not at $1 billion, because there was some additional money there already. So it now stands at $1.6 billion, which will be used to support the resurgence of the agricultural sector through direct injection. Mr. Speaker, long before the occurrence of COVID-19, my ministry recognized the vulnerability of Jamaican industries and livelihoods to the impact of climate change. Those challenges will not go away, and so we will continue to pursue the climate-smart agenda during this fiscal year. Under our irrigation development projects, the ministry has commenced infrastructure works and systems with the capacity to supply water to the farm gate in the southern region of the island through its capital projects. At the end of these projects, it is expected that approximately 7,000 hectares of arable land will be serviced with new irrigation and will be in sustainable production. The ministry has initiated the development of arable lands in St. Catherine and Clarendon under the proposed Southern Plains Agricultural Development SPAD project. 3 parcels totaling 795 hectares have been selected for this project, and the project is to be funded through a grant of approximately 17.5 million British pounds from the United Kingdom Caribbean Infrastructure Fund, administered by the Caribbean Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, this is the same source of funding for the $35 million being used now in the Essex Valley Agricultural Development Project, now underway in South St. Elizabeth, bordering Manchester. The groundbreaking ceremony for Southern Plains Project was scheduled for March and was held up, so we are going to have it towards the middle of July. We should have that launching of that project, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the use of solar and other alternative sources of power, not just in agriculture, but across other industries, is also of paramount importance. We note the program under the National Irrigation Commission to expand the use of solar-powered systems to pump irrigation water to our farmers, improving efficiency and reducing costs. Under the $194 million Drought Adaptation and Mitigation Program for 2021 being implemented by RADA, MICAF will be supporting interventions to farmers and farmers groups who are experiencing threats or damage to crops as a result of drought conditions through the trucking of approximately 11.7 million gallons of irrigation water over a 3-month period, purchase and distribution of 2,000 quarter-acre drip irrigation kits for small farmers, the purchase and distribution of water tanks. Mr. Speaker, as we look to the future, we will not allow the impact of COVID-19 to frighten us and have us resile from our strategy to increase production within the framework of a diversified agricultural sector, including new industrial and non-traditional crops, even as we continue to pay attention to our traditional crops such as banana, cocoa, coconut, citrus, coffee, and spices. Let me highlight, Mr. Speaker, the health of our plants and produce are of great importance. As we observe the International Year of Plant Health in 2020, $36 million has been allocated to the prevention and management of the tropical race 4 disease as we seek to protect and expand our banana industry. $105 million has been allocated to continue management activities for the frosty pod rot disease affecting cocoa as we seek to divest the sector. With some 1,800 acres of cocoa already treated for the frosty pod rot disease, we are now witnessing increased cocoa production nationally with a projection of some 4,730 boxes in 1920, up from just over 4,000 the year before. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to expand the use of idle lands across the island. The total hectares of lands managed by the Sugar Company Holdings are over 55,470 hectares. Some 36,600 hectares have been directed into crops and other productive economic activities via lease arrangements with private investments and farmer groups island-wide. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, the kind of agricultural expansion we envisage will require even more land, and it is for that reason that the Agro Investment Corporation, AIC, is now vigorously pursuing its program of land acquisition by way of leasing idle lands for productive agricultural use. Permit me to use the privilege of this House to send the appeal far and wide across the country for increased investment in the sector, and to holders of idle lands to contact the AIC now and provide those idle lands for use by idle hands. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry has not lost sight of the vision of the Most Honourable Prime Minister that brought the merger of agriculture and fisheries sectors with the industry and commerce sectors, a hybrid creating the MICAP. One of the strategic targets was the strengthening of the value chain development processes, presenting one of the biggest opportunities for the economy and enhanced growth trajectory. A very critical step in this process is the strengthening of the agro-processing subsector so as to fully maximize the vast potential for the creation of jobs, earning of foreign exchange, import substitution for processed and semi-processed products, product diversification, market penetration, and branding. The nexus created between the productive and regulatory portfolios also presents the ideal opportunity for synergies to ensure greater ease in doing business. These arrangements have been bearing fruit and have brought out the best in some of our local companies during this time, and accordingly mention must be made of some of the efforts by these companies despite the challenges to support our local agricultural sector. Expansion of the processing of scallion and hot peppers into pepper mash, investment in new facilities for agro-processing, export, and value-added production diversification, utilizing excess fruits and vegetables to manufacture juice. True Juice has now produced a local product made of pineapples and tomatoes touched with a little ginger, and they're calling it school juice because it's going to be part of our juice program in our school feeding program going forward. Expansion of infrastructure to support agro-processing, storage, and distribution. And you see, Mr. Speaker, we have to look to the day when we stop importing. The day must come, Mr. Speaker, when we stop importing all of the puree that we need to make our juices. We're going into the supermarket and we buy pomegranate juice, we buy June plum juice, we buy soursop juice, we buy mango juice, and all of it is coming from imported puree. And everywhere sugarcane land is, orchards can grow those crops, and we create our own puree in Jamaica. So we have to stimulate and catalyze innovation, investment, and commercialization across the entire sector to prepare adequate responses to climate change and value chain development. To support the implementation of the 5-year strategy, a Food Security and Agribusiness Council has been established to oversee and monitor the implementation. It is chaired by our State Minister, Honourable Floyd Green, with support from JAMPRO in this process. Mr. Speaker, let me turn now to manufacturing. Over the last 4 years, the manufacturing sector has been experiencing the most robust growth of any period during the last 25 years. recording an average quarterly growth rate of 2.2%. Having recorded a 4.3% growth rate in the third quarter of 2019 when compared with the third quarter of 2018, the sector has now achieved a 2.7% growth rate in the January to March quarter of 2020. This is not only good news, it demonstrates what is possible when we consistently pursue the goal of increasing the value-added conversion of raw materials into manufactured goods. And Mr. Speaker, let me take time to recognize the work of companies like Grace Kennedy, who work with us at Hounslow in St. Elizabeth. They have set up a new processing plant at Denby. We have the project by Richard Lake and Lisa Hanna over in Lidford Logistics, where they'll be doing processing and taking fresh stuff from farmers, storing it, selling it to the hotels, and selling it to CARICOM. We want to commend that initiative. We want to commend, yes, we want to commend jam processors in Manchester. They are exporting 6 containers of yellow yams per week now to the United States and Canada. Sweet potatoes, pumpkins, and they're not stopping there. They are now going into agro-processing. So what you can sell fresh, you process and you can it and you export it. Mr. Speaker, NICAF, in association with the Office of the Prime Minister, moved swiftly to ensure that the necessary facilitation was in place for manufacturers to operate. We established a task force not only to guide and monitor the situation, but to make recommendations for recovery and business continuity. The sector responded well. Basic food items have been in adequate supply at stable prices. The sector enhanced the production of personal and protective equipment and sanitation supplies, consequently achieving a reduction in imports and an increase in exports. Mr. Speaker, some people have already been hailing the consistent growth in manufacturing as a renaissance in the sector, and the indications going forward are that the sector will withstand the COVID-19 pandemic, even as we work together to facilitate the expansion of Jamaica's manufacturing and export sectors. Growth and expansion, Mr. Speaker, constitute the new normal for this sector going forward. And the plan of action as recommended by the industry stakeholders includes greater digitization of the sector, improved systems for productivity and innovation, logistics and supply chains. The Ministry has therefore completed a manufacturing growth strategy, a national 5-year manufacturing growth strategy for Jamaica, and the goal of this strategy is to achieve $81 billion per annum in manufacturing output by 2025, which translates to an approximate annual average growth rate of 3% over the 5-year period, Mr. Speaker. The key objectives being proposed are enhanced workforce productivity via a core training curriculum for manufacturing, improve cost competitiveness, including access to finance, expanded infrastructure, including provision of suitable factory space and addressing transportation logistics challenges, facilitation of market expansion, incorporation of innovation strategies, and the expected results of the implementation of the 5-year manufacturing growth strategy include increased jobs in the manufacturing sector, increased foreign and local direct investment in the manufacturing industry, increased attractiveness of Jamaica as a location for manufacturing, increased ability for local manufacturers to supply products into the domestic market, thereby reducing the level of the country's imports, and increased export sales of manufactured goods. Mr. Speaker, as we are all aware, Jamaica has traditionally recorded a negative balance of trade. In the January to December period of 2019, as reported by Statin, we recorded imports valued at $6.3 billion US and total exports of only $1.6 billion US. expansion of exports, and the narrowing of the trade gap continue to be among our most sought-after economic development goals. Against that background, the performance of the export sector since the outbreak of COVID-19 in Jamaica is simply outstanding. The welcome fact, Mr. Speaker, is that many members of the Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association are reporting success stories for the March to May period since the outbreak of COVID-19. Based on a report from the JMEA listing some 20 Jamaican companies, the country has not only been able to replace some imported products, such as hand sanitizers, with locally produced brands, but several companies have recorded increased exports to both traditional and new markets in the United Kingdom, Canada, and the United States, and several Caribbean countries. Their necessity has mothered our invention and exports of goods ranging from sanitizers, cleaning agents, toilet paper. That local company has been exporting trailers upon trailer loads of toilet paper into the Caribbean and into Florida, and they must be commended for that. Spices and seasoning, bananas, cakes, flour, ackee, dasheen, unsweetened biscuits, and flavored milk recording notable increases. Mr. Speaker, the value of exports to the United States increased by 616 million Jamaican dollars, up to $5.1 billion during the January to May 2020 period, up from $4.5 billion in the same period last year. The total value of manufacturing exports by the JMEA members for the period January to May was $12.6 billion, which represents a $74 million increase over the same period the year before. These kinds of exports cannot stop, and for that reason, in spite of COVID-19, this mango season, we have started our mango exports to the U.S., shipping some 3,500 kilograms to Florida and New York just last week. And I don't know, the cartoon in today's Observer has me eating one of the mangoes at the airport. But that is not true. I didn't eat any of the mangoes at the airport. Under the U.S. $4.4 million Government of Jamaica Agricultural Competitiveness Program Bridging Project, we have started the first phase of establishment of a 1,200-acre mango orchard on the plains of Clarendon for export. This is part of the process for the encouragement of major investments in the development of orchards such as avocado, ackee, coconuts, as well as June plum, soursop, pomegranate, and pineapples as raw material for processing. As I said to you earlier, raw material for processing into purees and concentrates to replace the export. Now is the season for change, Mr. Speaker. Now is the time to secure opportunities for stronger, bigger, and better Jamaican industries as we stimulate renewed growth. Remember what I said to you. Everywhere sugar cane grow, orchard crops can grow. We're tired of the idle lands and the idle hands. We cannot continue like this. So on that note, let us talk about investment. And I wish to begin by saluting the work of the private sector in this, many of whom have been putting their money where it matters. Our partners and stakeholders in the private sector are to be commended, whether it is expanding the export of fresh produce or manufactured goods. Industry players continue to grow their businesses by investing in Jamaica. As a government, we continue to encourage them to join us in business through private-public partnerships, and as a government, we look forward to their success in agricultural projects, such as those coming on stream at Bernard Lodge, Innswood. They have started reaping Irish potatoes and peppers over at Innswood, led by the Michael Leachin group. Those assisting with the expansion of the agro-industry and school feeding program, and those expanding supplies to local, regional, and international markets. Over at JAMPRO, their projections for 2021 indicates a portfolio of 65 projects with a generation capacity of US $3.7 billion in capital expenditure and 22,000 jobs to be created in the medium term. However, as the global economy is negatively impacted by COVID-19, a 30 to 40% projected decline in foreign direct investment was expected. Expectations are that as the world recovers and investor confidence returns, the projected performance should become clearer by September of this year. As it relates to export sales, Mr. Speaker, the corporation is targeting that its export clients will generate $671 million in export sales for this fiscal year. An important policy being targeted for approval in this year, Mr. Speaker, is the National Investment Policy. This aims to provide the framework to align the efforts of all the entities involved in the attraction and facilitation of investments from both local and international sources. And our target will be to gain Cabinet's approval of the National Investment Policy as a Green Paper by the end of June. Mr. Speaker, during the period since the outbreak of the coronavirus, the Ministry, through several of our border regulatory agencies, such as the Plant Quarantine and Produce Inspection Branch, the Veterinary Services Division, Food Storage and Prevention of Infestation Division, and the Trade Board, have remained steadfast in their frontline role and the provision of services to our stakeholders in trade. I cite this to highlight the overall progress being made in our trade facilitation initiatives, which yielded positive results in 2019. In the World Bank's Doing Business report, published in October of last year, Jamaica's ranking rose slightly to 71 from 75th, while the country's Doing Business report score also saw a slight improvement to 69.7, up from 67.47. Jamaica remained the best-ranked country in Latin America and the Caribbean for starting business, and 6th in the world for starting business. In addition, Jamaica has shown improvement in 3 other subcategories, namely getting electricity, resolving insolvency, 35th in the world and 1st in the region, and trading across borders. Initiatives such as the Trade Board Limited de-licensing regime, where the Trade Board was removed from the licensing process for items where it was deemed that the Trade Board's intervention was a mere administrative process, would also have contributed to the improved ranking. As the Business Ministry, MICAF has been working steadily to implement these measures, as exemplified by the full implementation by the Companies Office of Jamaica of the electronic business registration form in August of last year. Additionally, the government...
Minister's time for speaking has expired. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the information being communicated is of such value.
Thank you.
That I think it's only appropriate that the Minister be allowed sufficient time to complete his presence.
Those in favour? Those against? Ayes have it. Minister Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable members. Mr. Speaker, additionally, the government continues to make strides in making trade more transparent and predictable for existing and potential traders and investors. As such, the Ministry, through the Trade Board Limited, continues to ensure the sustainability and relevance of the Jamaica Trade Information Portal, which was launched in May of 2019 and which makes trade-related information readily accessible on one single platform. Since its launch, the portal has had 12,640 unique visitors from a total of 149 countries. I am very pleased today to report to this House that there is a clear evidence that the digitization of our trade facilitation processes has facilitated doing business during this time of COVID-19. In keeping with the overall government guidelines in relation to COVID-19 and in order to observe social distancing requirements, the Ministry, from as early as the effective date of Wednesday, March 18, 2020, implemented the following. All import permits are applied for online by logging on to the Ministry's trade website. Import permits that are approved and paid for are automatically transferred to Jamaica Customs their Asecuda system. All plant trade, export and import between the USA and Jamaica requiring a cytosanitary certificate became fully electronic, and the cytosanitary certificate is sent directly to the produce inspection branch from the USA and vice versa. No paper cytosanitary certificate is issued. In other words, Mr. Speaker, this paperless regime has been advanced, which has affected the electronic transfer of import permits and licenses from the Veterinary Services Division and the Plant Quarantine Produce Inspection Branch to the automated Customs Asecuda system. We are on our way to a digital economy. There can be no turning back, and therefore, during 2020-21, the MICAF will continue to play its part in enhancing e-commerce and digitization. And I wish to mention the Jamaica Single Window for Trade as another critical initiative aimed at automating trade. Training is now underway, and our expectations are that the border regulatory agencies will be fully automated through the J-SWIFT in very short order. In anticipation of a positive outcome, I also wish to share with this House that the Ministry has advanced discussions with 2 internet service providers to secure zero-rated access to both the Jamaica Trade Information Portal and J-SWIFT websites, along with other trade-related government sites. This will mean that users will not require data to access these sites. Mr. Speaker, as we have long recognized, the MSME sector is indispensable to achieving broad-based and inclusive growth, as these businesses are in all the productive areas of the economy. The Ministry, through the relevant division and the Jamaica Business Development Company, continued the MSME development program, through which, inter alia, 12 small business development centers were established island-wide, benefiting 702 clients. 83 beneficiaries accessed the fashion, food, gift, and craft incubator space. In addition, in the 2019-2020 fiscal year, the Exim Bank disbursed some $6 billion to the productive sector, all of which went towards providing financing to the MSME sector. $6 billion from the Exim Bank. I can also report with regard to the Public Procurement Act that MICAF and the Trade Board Limited have continued to work in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance towards finalizing the operational guidelines to ensure contracts are set aside for MSME participation while giving domestically manufactured content a margin of preference. As an immediate response to the impact of COVID-19 outbreak, we have been undertaking a rerun of training in business continuity to our MSMEs. On behalf of the small business sector, I also wish to thank you, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, for the $50 million package to sustain livelihoods and stimulate production in that sector. This fiscal year, the Exim Bank, with support of the Ministry of Finance, hopes to significantly increase its support to this important sector by disbursing at least $8.1 billion in loans. This is particularly in the context of the challenges being faced by the MSMEs because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The bank's programs will seek to incorporate new and innovative approaches, including the increased use of trade credit insurance, receivables financing, digitization, and e-commerce and trade credit guarantees. The bank will also continue to work closely with its public and private sector counterparts to support the provision of business advisory services geared at allowing MSMEs to pivot to increase exports as well as to navigate through the crisis to recovery. I also wish to mention the National Craft Policy, approved by Cabinet as a white paper and tabled in Parliament in November of last year, which is also intended to be an effective tool to foster growth and development in the small businesses. In the fisheries industry, there was a decline, Mr. Speaker, in the fisheries industry during 2019, largely due to the restrictions on the provision of licenses for the conch sector. This Honourable House may be aware that the closure of our conch fishery will continue until the end of February of 2021, This was necessary in order to allow time for rehabilitation of this most valuable export-oriented commodity. And Mr. Speaker, I want to mention here that we have to lean on our Minister of National Security, and we have to ask the various agencies, including our Coast Guard, to take a careful look at the illegal conch fishing that is taking place in the country, where other countries, there are ships coming from Honduras and other areas, and illegally hunting our conch that we are trying to preserve the industry going forward. It's something that's going to require our collective attention. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, the country has experienced one of its most successful lobster fishing seasons, with its harvest of 928 tons being among the best ever recorded over the years. The upcoming lobster season, to begin in July, on July 1, is well positioned to take advantage of our international markets once overseas borders continue to reopen. You will recall that we have started exporting lobster to China, both live lobsters and frozen lobsters. We started to export to China, and of course COVID-19 had locked that down, and we know it's temporary. The new Fisheries Act, Mr. Speaker, which was promulgated in December 2018, came into effect on June 1, 2019, and progress is now being made in updating regulations to support the new Act. However, all existing regulations made before the appointed day are still in effect, and as such, implementation of the provisions are effective. The former Fisheries Division is now being transitioned into the modernized National Fisheries Authority. The governance mechanisms for the authority are now in place, with the establishment of a board of management, a national advisory council, and formalization of an appeals tribunal. As an immediate response to the possible impact of the pandemic on the fishing industry, the ministry engaged the cooperatives towards strengthening support for small fishers. It has been agreed that they will benefit from the COVID-19 response stimulus package, as outlined earlier, through the submission provision by the Ministry of Finance. As it relates to the bigger industry players, their participation in farmers' markets and online sales facilitated the packaging and sale of their products. As an accompanying measure to the full establishment of the National Fisheries Authority, and also as a component of the transformation and modernization of the public sector, this authority also is implementing a national online licensing and registration system aimed at making interactions with all fishers, fish farmers, and other stakeholders more efficient. That means, Mr. Speaker, when you are ready to go sport fishing, you can stay at home or on your mobile device, at the touch of the screen, apply for and receive approval for a fishing license. It's expected that the new fisheries licensing and registration system, which is being financed by a US $1.5 million IDB loan to the Ministry of Finance's Transformation Implementation Unit, will be completed by the end of 2022. In accordance with climate resilient actions, the National Fisheries Authority is now implementing the Promoting Community-Based Climate Resilience in the Fisheries Sector project, valued at some $4.8 million United States dollars. This is a 5-year project and is expected to end in March of 2023. The board of the National Fisheries Authority has been established and positions are being filled as we speak. We'll also continue the lobby for marine fuel tax. This is a very important point. Very important point. And I have to appeal to the Minister of Finance on this. We will continue the lobby for marine fuel tax reduction to enable our fisher folk to increase productivity by embracing deep sea fishing to include the valuable tuna sector. Mr. Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, we have the tuna industry is alive and well in Trinidad. It's alive and well in other areas. And that's right. And when we look into it, one of the things that they have done, their fisher folk have access to much lower cost fuel to fuel the deep sea fishing vessels. We have the high taxes on our fuel, and it's not been moved, and therefore it makes it uncompetitive for us to go into deep sea fishing. We need to get in there and get some of the tuna and get some of the other deep sea products so that we can create our wealth. Mr. Speaker, as I'm drawing to a close, the promotion of consumer rights and the safety and protection of consumers of goods and services are ultimately part of the measurement of customer service excellence. In that regard, consumer protection is aligned to the monitoring and promulgation of quality standards and fair trading practices. Against that background, I wish to note the National Quality Policy Cabinet approved the adoption of this policy and implementation plan as a white paper last year in April, and it was tabled in Parliament in May as a white paper. The policy is aimed at enhancing the provision of quality goods and services to consumers. The nuclear safety and radiation protection regulations were enacted, and implementation is being managed by the Hazardous Substances Regulatory Authority. This necessary piece of legislation will establish the standards by which radiation and hazardous substances are handled. As it relates to the Consumer Affairs Commission, during 2019-2020, the agency secured $27 million for aggrieved consumers, resolving some 83% of the complaints it received. Of note, too, the CAC was also integrally involved in the resolution of the bad gas issue. Working in collaboration with our sister Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology, the CAC to date has disbursed $21.8 million of the $24.5 million approved for compensation to motorists. This represents disbursement of 298 of the 381 motorists whose claims have been approved for compensation. Mr. Speaker, March 10, 2020 became the day for COVID-19 in Jamaica, and despite the assurances of sufficiency of supplies from government and the distributive trade, there was a surge of panic buying, hoarding, and price gouging, a phenomenon not specific to Jamaica, but apparently globally. Our monitoring agencies, the National Compliance and Regulatory Authority, Food Safety and Protection Inspection Division, and the Consumer Affairs Commission were active in the field. We moved swiftly, Mr. Speaker, and by March 25, the Ministry, through our energetic Minister of State, took our resolution to Parliament to make price gouging a criminal offence. That order is now in effect and is being enforced by the Consumer Affairs Commission. Be warned. In recognition of the need to improve the standards for personal and protective equipment in response to COVID-19, the Bureau of Standards promulgated a new standard for hand sanitizers to increase the safety and efficiency of the product, as well as prepared standards for other PPEs, protective equipment. Mr. Speaker, high on the consumer protection agenda for this fiscal year is the development and promulgation of the National Consumer Affairs Policy. The objectives are maximize consumer welfare through empowerment and protection delivered by a coordinated national consumer affairs strategy, and strengthen consumer affairs at the member state level in readiness for alignment to the regional consumer strategy and to enable Jamaica's compliance with international consumer protection policies. Mr. Speaker, for this fiscal year 2020-21, as we seek to recover from the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, the Ministry will anchor our growth initiatives in our commitment to secure opportunities for Jamaican industries as we stimulate renewed growth and work towards stronger, better, and more resilient Jamaican industries in agriculture, fisheries, manufacturing, and the service sector. A good example of this, Mr. Speaker, is what the Minister without portfolio is guiding us in the Holland estate, which was given up. Yes. And the Holland estates are being converted. Yes, that's what I hear. Being converted. Using small farmers. Yes. To build out the wealth right down there. The ministry will continue to pursue its comprehensive legislative and modernization agenda. These will provide the necessary legal and administrative basis that will facilitate the growth and expansion of the productive sector in the context of a modern and competitive global environment. It is expected that new legislation enacted, such as the Patents and Designs Bill, which was passed as an Act of Parliament and gazetted in January of this year, and is aimed at modernizing Jamaica's intellectual property regime, will make a fundamental difference to the ownership of copyrights and brands and aid in expanding the country's economic development. Mr. Speaker, members of this Honourable House, many of the ideas and the strategies that will take us forward and that will help us to stimulate and sustain growth in our economy are not new ideas. What is new are the energy and the vitality we must now invest in these plans and strategic objectives. I congratulate the innovative and entrepreneurial spirit of our Jamaican business people. And they are demonstrating that if we give them support, they are going to be responsive in a positive way. We will have to place new and renewed energy in the Eat Jamaican, Buy Jamaican, Build Jamaica, and Say Yes to Fresh campaign. The greater involvement of youth in agriculture and small businesses. Our homegrown school feeding program being supported by the Food and Agriculture Organization. The establishment of model farms that pursue new climate-smart agriculture, including mother and satellite farm relationships. Now more than ever, we will have to employ and I tell you, in that mother farm, Mr. Leachin, for example, over in Innswood, one plan he has, we have sent 27 young people to Israel, learning Israeli technology, because that's a place where they are surrounded by desert and enemies. And they have to extract salt from the seawater to irrigate their lands. And yet they are creating wealth from agriculture. And we have young people down there now. And one of the things Mr. Leachin plans to do is to provide a working relationship with those graduates. When they come back, they get land and they work in a mother farm relationship. So, Mr. Speaker, the challenge has opened the way for new possibilities. In every crisis, there's an opportunity. Reignited the entrepreneurial spirit, opened new doors for manufacturing and export, increased the demand for Jamaican goods and products in both traditional and new markets, roused the sleeping giant of digitizing business and the digital economy. We must not dither in our determination to make Jamaica a better place. Rather, we must strengthen our resolve to vigorously pursue and attain sustainable goals for growth and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, hardships there may be, but the land is green. That's right. That's right. Yes, the land is green. And Prime Minister, so is my mask, which has Eat Jamaican, Eat Jamaican on it. The land is green and the sun shineth. Let us, in the words of our national anthem, pray, Eternal Father, bless our land. God bless you all.
House Leader.
Minister of National Security will now. Mr. Speaker, I now seek approval of the House to allow the suspension of standing orders to permit me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Mr. Samuda.
I now ask that this Honourable House approve the resolution, the motion, because, Mr. Speaker, the motion to review the standing orders and the whole order of business and how we do business in the Honourable House. And so I ask the support of this Honourable House to permit us to conduct that review by way of a committee that will meet for the purpose of doing that. And I'm expecting the support of the opposition in this exercise, because we are operating on a set of regulations governing the conduct in this House that are outdated, irrelevant at times, and confusing to everyone. So we want to streamline it and bring us into the modern era of parliamentary construct and debate. So, Mr. Speaker, I now move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this side supports the position on this particular resolution. For too long, we have operated in an environment where one wonders whether the business of the House can continue to operate in this manner. And certainly, whereas members of the House would like to see things move much faster in an expeditious manner, the standing orders stand in the way of that particular progress. And I support the decision to refer to the Standing Orders Committee for a comprehensive review, because I think it will augur well for the expeditious movement of legislation, as well as the ability for members to contribute to the House in a more fulsome way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Mr. Montego. I think your mic needs some adjustment, Mr. Montego.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motions, notice of which I had given earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Mr. Montego.
Yes, sir. Before I begin, Mr. Speaker, there has to be a correction where I said that these were laid in the House on the 16th. They were actually laid on the 10th of June, last week. So I ask that that correction be done. And, Mr. Speaker, the motions seek to give Special Associate Producer status to both the General Alumina of Jamaica and the CAP. Both have been in existence for many years, and they have a special relationship with government, and we need the consent of this Honourable House for them to be so named, so that we can proceed with the reorganization of the CAP debt to incorporate the joint venture. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, we can then now move to have vesting orders done. So the almost 3,500 landowners who are waiting on their titles, the process can be accelerated. So I ask for the consent of the Honourable House on the order.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Minister Chang. Please adjust your mic, Minister.
This one is sorted. Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the two motions, notes of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. Dr. Chang.
Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, the Zones of Special Operations, ZOSO for short, continue to provide the basis on which meaningful long-term development changes and transformational activity within some of Jamaica's most troubled communities can take place. This has been largely manifested through the effective partnerships and commitment of all sectors, public, private, and non-profit organizations. As we continue to enter the build phase for both Denham Town and Mount Salem, we will endure for as long as it takes to ensure. Thank you. As we continue into the build phase for both Denham Town and Mount Salem, we will endure for as long as it takes to ensure that through this comprehensive approach, the sustained transformation takes place and that the residents can enjoy a peaceful and improved environment, improved physical environment. I am therefore seeking approval to extend the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, Act 20 ZOSO, in the Denham Town and Mount Salem communities. Acting on the advice of the National Security Council and in accordance with law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures Act, and in accordance with Section 5 of the Act, which guides that the Prime Minister and Council after consultation with the Joint Command, may by order subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives extend the period referred to in Section 4.3, the Denham Town and Mount Salem zones of special operations, special security and community development measures to be extended for a period of 60 days. The review of the performance and success in these communities are on the Ministry's papers laid in the House, and each member can have a read of the successes established in these two communities. In particular, I'm particularly aware of what's happening in Mount Salem, which is effectively a fully transformed community at this point in time as we go through the final stage of the build phase. In accordance with Section 6 of the Act today, I'll give an overview of those activities I said in the Ministry papers laid in the House. Mr. Speaker, the positive impact of the zones of special operations has been underscored by the activities outlined in the Ministry paper, which has been distributed to every member. I take the opportunity, therefore, to thank the security forces, the social services providers, all the hard-working men and women in the field for their dedication and commitment in the implementation of this particular project, which the government looks forward to expanding into a number of other areas throughout Jamaica. This legislation was designed to reduce crime and violence through community development while providing equal opportunity to social intervention and social transformation initiatives within these communities. It is this combined work of the security force and other ministries, departments and agencies of government that will lead to the desired restoration and self-respect and dignity among the residents of these communities and other communities that we look towards establishing such zones in the very near future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I just became aware that this matter.
Dr. Chong, please turn off your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just became aware this afternoon that the Minister will be taking this matter. However, it's nothing new before us, the extension of the two zones of special operations in Denham Town and Mount Salem in St. James. Mr. Speaker, the opposition has no objection to these extensions. In fact, I was trying to inquire of the Minister when those additional ZOZO would be put in place. A number of our members have made requests for ZOZOs. The Prime Minister announced with much fanfare that there will be 20 additional ZOZOs. And since the inception in 2017, it is only the two that we have. Bearing in mind, Mr. Speaker, that there are two elements to the ZOZOs. One is a security and one is a social intervention. And we have always maintained that one does not depend on the other, though one has led to the other in terms of the degradation of the social infrastructure and other social fallout help to create the environment for criminal activities in those communities. We welcome the social intervention. In fact, we had asked the Prime Minister from the very early stage to look at communities that have the profile of the areas that would deem a SOE to be declared and make the intervention of mitigating those social situations to avoid having to declare a state of emergency for security reasons at some later date. 3 years now going, Mr. Speaker, and not one more has been so intervened to mitigate against further degradation. I remember the member from West Central, St. James, an Attorney General, when she made her contribution in that debate, said that Jamaica is going to become safer community by community with each declaration. Zone by zone, not one more of those zones have been declared since then. Right? That is a fact, Mr. Speaker. She said zone by zone, the government will make Jamaica safer. Not one more zone has been declared, and therefore Jamaica remained as unsafe as it was then, 3 years later, because no more such zones have been declared. And I know in the ensuing weeks and months, we are going to get a lot more announcements, right, about what will be done to deal with the crime problem. The point, Mr. Speaker, murders today are no less than they were last year this time. No more, no less than they were a year ago. The evidence is before us. It is a matter of whether or not we are going to close our eyes to it or accept it and go forward. Mr. Speaker, I make the appeal to the Minister to make the social intervention. You have got the support of the government, of the opposition side, and therefore you have, you will get what you want soon. Sanford is there. Sanford is there. He'll take care of you. Right? Mr. Speaker, I mentioned that the murders remain the same. Right? And we are with the two Zozas, and we have half of the country on the state of emergency. Yes, it's one record because people are being killed every day, increasingly. That is the record you don't want to hear. That is the reality of people's life in this country. And Mr. Speaker, he wants the continuing murder to become the new norm. He wants the increase in murders to become the new norm. And the Jamaican people must accept being killed of the wink of an eye as the new norm, because nothing new for the member. Right? It is unfortunate that he has no shame whatsoever in the number of persons being killed. And in Western Kingston, you have a situation where the military and police is being pinned down by gunmen, and I hear nothing from the Member of Parliament condemning that action. Right? It is most unfortunate, and for him to raise his voice is even worse. Callous and irresponsible. That is what contributes to the unfortunate situation that we are in today.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order.
Please state your point of order, Mr.
The member is making wild and unfounded accusations against me in regards to certain things in sections of West Kingston. I would urge you to ask the member to provide the proof or failure to do so. I am asking you to ask him to withdraw those very unfortunate comments.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, my comments are founded in the report from the security forces. If the member questions
Mr. Speaker,
the accuracy of the
Mr.
security forces,
Mr. Speaker,
then he should say so.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order. I am speaking about the member's allegation that as the member of parliament, I have remained silent on recent happenings in sections of my constituency. I would like the member to substantiate. If he can't, I'd ask you to ask him kindly to withdraw or else.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, I must admit I never heard the silence of the member which he spoke of on the matter. But Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to make any fuss over that. That is secondary. My concern is the fact that the security forces...
So you're not withdrawing the statement?
I said I'm not making any fuss.
No.
Desmond, I will not make any fuss with you, and you know that.
So you withdraw?
Right?
So you withdraw?
Anything that offends you, I make no fuss over it. I will never do that.
Mr. Speaker, this is not a joking. This is not a joking matter, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, in all seriousness, I never intend to offend the member. I make reference to what the police force reported. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the opposition has no objection to the extension of the 2 zones of special operation in Denham Town and in Mount Salem in West Central.
Dr. Bumber.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the 2 extensions that are before us. My position is well known that when it comes to crime fighting, although we have not seen a clearly defined crime fighting strategy nor plan, and the results in terms of crime, certainly in those areas that determine or define the level of criminal activity throughout the island. We have not seen any corresponding dip in the way we would have expected in terms of the efforts that we see. Even though that is there, I am clear in my mind that the activities that are embodied in the ZOZO in terms of the social intervention and the intervention in terms of infrastructural development and the other activities are important and are needed in these areas. I wanted to use the opportunity to also speak, because when we had a conversation when the member from Westmoreland had indicated that we were fixing Jamaica as one zone, zone by zone, I remember being outraged at that time that the member could so cavalierly say that because there was a ZOZO established in Mount Salem. But that if it was to take us another 3 years to put the next ZOZO in place, what that meant is that constituencies such as Southwest St. Andrew, that I have the privilege of leading, or as the commissioner himself outlined not so long ago, that entire corridor, I think is what he said, from Ferry back to Harborview, back to Bulby, that entire corridor, he said, is responsible for, I think it was two-thirds of the criminal activities in Jamaica. I would have expected, I will be honest, that if that corridor has that kind of impact in the criminal activities in Jamaica, that by now we would have seen certainly more Zozos along that belt. And I say it because I am one of the MPs, not the only one. I mean, the member from South St. Andrews here and the member from Western St. Andrews here. We live it every day. So when we were speaking then, we were conscious, although we didn't have the stats, of course, that the police has now placed on the table. So I'm extremely glad to have them place it on the table. And then to say, let us see the establishment of Zozos in this corridor so that the individuals who live and work along that corridor can feel as good as the member from Western Kingston with the Denham Town Zozo or the member with the Mount Salem Zozo. We deserve no less and we demand the same.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Mackenzie,
I rise in support of the extension of the Zozo in the areas where they presently exist. As a Member of Parliament for one of the constituencies who have such operations in the constituency, we have seen significant changes, Mr. Speaker, both surrounding the infrastructure, and we have seen changes in the attitude of members within the community. It is a work in progress, Mr. Speaker. It is not something that we are going to succeed in 1 year or 2 years, because it has been many years, many decades, Mr. Speaker, of social neglect in communities such as those in West Kingston and other areas. And I hear the plea of my sister, neighboring MP on the other side, which I know has been experiencing tremendous problems over the years. But, Mr. Speaker, the manner in which we lend support to this resolution is very important. And I would wish that if, when we debate extension of states of emergency, that we would bring the same level of united support to those measures. Because, Mr. Speaker, what this does, in essence, is to send the wrong signal about whether or not the Parliament is really serious about the question of crime and violence. Just allow me. And what it says, Mr. Speaker, if we can't speak in one voice, if we can't disagree, but then at the end of expressing those disagreements, take into consideration the country, then we are going to lose the war. It is okay that we get up and make fancy speech and, create sensationalism and great headlines. But at the end of the day, we should be cognizant of what is happening in the communities. I want, Mr. Speaker, to use the opportunity to express gratitude to the government and especially to the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, JSIF, for the tremendous work that they have been doing to improve the lives of the people in the Denham Town area of West Kingston. I think they have done a good job, Mr. Speaker, and I can only say to my fellow parliamentarians that better days are coming. Rome was not built in a day. It was not built in a day. And if it don't happen today, my sister on the other side, it is going to happen tomorrow. This is my contribution to the debate, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Hilton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise as those before me to give support, unconditional support, to the extension, because it is not our argument that it is not needed in the two places that they currently exist. No, it is not our argument, never been. We have argued that the conditions that supports those, the establishment of those or in those two areas replicate themselves even in greater forms in other places. The statistics quoted by my colleague from Southwest, that coming from the Commissioner, really is a damning statistic. It really calls for a response. And when you consider, Mr. Speaker, that in these constituencies, in the case of both Southwest and Western St. Andrew, parts of it is in the industrial belt. These are business areas. And when you consider that this is where a lot of this activity is going on, in some instances, when things get really bad, they have to close early. These factories and business places have to close early and go home with a loss of production. Mr. Speaker, we are not, again, we are not begrudging the help, the input, but it is needed in our constituency. The SOEs, we are supported because people in our constituencies are supporting them, are calling out for them. What they've been saying to us, they want more than that. They need as well to have some concomitant improvement in infrastructure and some social amenities. The Minister and I have been engaged for quite some time on these matters. He knows full well the statistics and how it affects these communities, some in greater measure than others. But he knows very well the statistics. And I'm simply saying, Minister, that after 3 years, when it started, we had hoped that after a while, if the condition persists, and as they do, that there would be some consideration. And after 3 years, I must say that hard policing alone will not get the job done. And we continue to call for the establishment of those zones of special operation in these constituencies and in these communities, because it is badly needed. The fact that we have managed to tamper the violence over this period does not deny the fact that these infrastructure and these improvements are needed. And so on behalf of the communities that I represent, I'm calling for there to be more social amenities to address what are pressing criminal matters in high profile business communities. This is not consistent. So even as the Minister of Industry spoke today about manufacturing, about the demand for manufacturing, they are coexisting side by side by these acts of violence. These acts of violence are part of the coexistence, and it's not a way to invite investors and investment into these communities. So, Minister, we again appeal to the government to address what is palpably a situation that needs and cries out for greater response.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the two resolutions: Law Reform Zone of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, Mount Salem and Denham Town, Resolution 2020. Mr. Speaker, when the member from St. Catharines South spoke, echoed by the member from St. Andrew Southwest, the impression was given, Mr. Speaker, that I made some commitment to this Honourable House which has not been kept. But may I use this opportunity to remind both that the statement they correctly attributed to me was an explanation in relation to the law and the intent behind it, that zone by zone we would be rebuilding Jamaica. And I'm happy that the honourable member from St. Andrew Western has clarified that they are not really saying that the two zones should not be in operation, but just that others need to be. And that sentiment is fully understood. No, Mr. Speaker, the member from St. Catherine
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order.
Said something
on a point
different.
Of order, Mr.
I am not
Speaker.
yielding.
She will yield.
He's always misleading the House, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the member is misleading the House. Mr. Speaker, for the record, I did not object to the two stories.
Mr. Speaker, he should take his seat. This is not a point at which I will yield to him.
On a point of order.
Please raise your point of order. I don't.
I will sit for her.
Mr. Speaker, you know, just because two of the three members went there, I recall so clearly all the allegations that were made in respect of St. James, the Mount Salem Zozo. And today, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the circumstances in which the calls are being made, I'm pleased that others have seen that this measure is one for good. And every day that I go into the Mount Salem Zozo, as I did last weekend, I see the difference. And as the member from Kingston Western has said, the transformation is taking place not only in the physical built environment, but also in the attitude and responses of the people. And so I will add my voice on behalf of the other areas that meet the criteria for declaration of the zone, that as soon as the resources are available, that we make the move as soon as the resources are available. But Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the residents in the Mount Salem Zozo, I testify to the positive difference that this measure has been making, and I am happy for the extension because more work needs to be done. May it so please you.
Mr. Bunting.
Not more than half hour. Not more than half hour. Mr. Speaker, when the legislation for the zones of special operation was tabled in 2017, I believe it was, I supported the legislation because I felt it provided for a tiered response capability, something that was at a higher level than normal policing, but below the extraordinary level of a state of emergency. And I was very hopeful because it was fashioned on the clear hold and build approach that had been somewhat successful in Brazil and other countries. And if we were able to prove the approach, we could then scale it to many other communities across Jamaica. But Mr. Speaker, I believe that the ZOSOs, in a sense, have been neglected because of the shift in focus to the states of emergency, to the serial routine, unconstitutional, and ineffective use of the states of emergency. When I look at the social intervention report, for the Mount Salem Community Zone, now this is just a couple months shy of 3 years, and you look at the actual interventions, I will say, Mr. Speaker, the MP is a first-term member of Parliament and seems ecstatic with what is achieved here. But I can tell you, when I read this, a number of my communities would qualify as ZOSOs based on the few hundred meters of roads that have been rehabilitated, the drains cleaned, 3 drains cleaned, the truckloads of bulky waste removed. Rodent control, 79 community members receive short-term employment. Capacity building of 25 community leaders. 97 students receive supplies for back to school.
Every MP does that.
I am sure any MP here could choose a community and list similar interventions. 15 residents completed training at Hart with level 1 in construction management. Some birth certificates issued. Some community service fairs, a domino tournament, a summer camp, and St. James Public Health did some home visits. Now, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I am sure the MP and all of us are happy that these have taken place. But these are fairly modest and not out of the ordinary. That any MP here could point to similar achievements over the last 3 years in any significant community in their constituency. So I only say that to point out that the investments that we had anticipated that would take place, the substantial social interventions, what we had expected in terms of hundreds of millions of dollars to transform these, and which made MPs like my colleague from Southwest St. Andrew eagerly anticipate some substantial social investment in her constituency if there was a similar ZOSA declared, is becoming but a fleeting illusion to be pursued, but certainly not attained in 3 years. Mr. Speaker, what is even more disturbing, as I said during this time, is that the focus seems to have shifted away from a design that was heavily weighted to social intervention, still had the crime control elements, but it was heavily weighted. Certainly by now, it should have been primarily about the social investment and the social interventions. But we have seen a shift from that towards a different character of policing taking place today. And I am disturbed, Minister of National Security, by the fact that the police has stopped publishing the weekly crime statistics.
No, they don't stop. They are suppressing it. They are suppressing it.
They've certainly stopped sending it to me. And in fact, I think it should be sent routinely to every single member of parliament in this house. Because we're being asked regularly to participate in these debates, and we have a right and a responsibility to come to our own conclusions about the effectiveness of these measures. And part of that must be informed by the data. Suppressing the data is not the behavior of a government in a liberal democracy. It is not the behavior of a government in a liberal democracy. It is the behavior of authoritarian regimes. We saw recently in a country where they were unhappy with the COVID results, they moved to suppress the results. Thankfully, in that case, the courts compelled them to publish the results.
You're enlisting COVID.
Next time we listen. In a country in South America, where a regime tried to suppress the results. Thankfully, the court insisted. But Minister, you talk about cooperation. If you want cooperation, don't suppress the information and stop giving us the crime stats. Even the weekly stats that the shadow minister now gets is a highly limited version of what was published every week, widely made available to media and opposition for over a decade, at least to my certain knowledge. And I think it is a backward step. It is counter to transparency and good governance that we have moved to suppress the publishing of extensive statistics, which can only help.
The information is not being suppressed. There is no move to suppress information, crime statistic information, and if the member wish to have them, can have them. The morning reports have been, the number of circulated, and the morning reports have been reduced because the morning reports are draft, and we have had serious problem with it being over-circulated as fact before. The information available and still goes to the critical elements in the security forces, but there is no attempt to suppress the information.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, the comments by the Minister about the data not being suppressed is unacceptable, because even if it is in a draft form at some point, at no point thereafter for the day, it is made available.
Anyway, Minister, I am calling on you to provide that weekly. It doesn't have to be the daily, it doesn't have to be the morning report, it doesn't have to be a day-to-day, but at least the JCF weekly crime statistics on all serious and major crimes in the format that it had been done for a decade or more and not hidden. At least every member of this House who is regularly required to vote on issues like ZOSO, and even more importantly on issues like extensions of states of emergency, I believe has a right and a duty to peruse those statistics. Without those statistics, the minister and the government can continue to gaslight the public with the frequent declarations about the serial and routine use of states of emergency as a crime-fighting tool being this unmitigated success. In fact, the policy has been a colossal failure. After 3 successive years of the extensive use of states of emergency and the consequent huge diversion of resources away from ZOSAs, among other things, the annual number of murders has been much higher in each of these years of a state of emergency than in any single year between 2011 and 2015 when there were no states of emergency. How on earth can that be described as a success? Cannot be. You are gaslighting the public. And this despite having a capital budget up to 10 times what it was in any of the years between 2011 and 2015. $20 billion last year, the capital budget of the Ministry of National Security. It was never more than $2 billion in any of these years. $20 billion when the capital budget of the Ministry of Education was only $1.8 billion. $20 billion, and we still have murders at levels considerably higher during every year of the 3 years that we've had the extensive use of states of emergency than in any year between 2011 and 2015. Mr. Speaker,
the truth will burn you, but it's the truth.
Since the coronavirus pandemic hit, it seems that almost every country in the world has reported dramatic double-digit reductions in violent crime, murders specifically, except Jamaica. And you know, these reductions were predictable. I spoke to them earlier in a debate back in March. The truth of the matter is that during a lockdown, the opportunities for crime are going to be greatly reduced. So it's not surprising that in almost every country, in every part of the world where there have been lockdowns, during the period of the lockdowns, there have been dramatic reductions in crime overall and violent crime in particular. However, in Jamaica, criminals have become so accustomed to the curfews, the cordons, the vehicular checkpoints, which have not shown much imagination because they've been at some places now, the same places for years. The criminals have so become accustomed to these and the general militarization of policing that they have adopted and now operate virtually undeterred by these states of emergency. Regrettably, the Prime Minister continues to believe.
What happened in West Kingston last week with SOE? When you have to run and hide.
Regrettably, the Prime Minister continues to believe that doubling down on a failed policy will yield better results. Prime Minister, that is the definition of insanity. These serial, routine, unconstitutional, ineffective states of emergency have been mainly a public relations exercise. What has made a difference to communities has been the blanketing or the saturation policing by military and police personnel. That is what has made the difference. saturation policing, saturation policing, saturation policing, saturation policing, supported by the military, which we have for decades used the military in support of policing. For decades. Every single day of the year, for decades, certainly since the 80s, military have been on the road in support of policing for the last 4 decades at least. So there is no need for a state of emergency to saturate communities where there are flare-ups, where there are spikes, to saturate them with police supported by military personnel. The ZOSOs explicitly provided for the military to support the policing in these areas, even provided for joint command. So the framework of a tiered response capability had been put in from 27, but it has never been scaled to a significant number of communities across Jamaica, as was the intent, because the diversion has been to these states of emergency, which have proven relatively inefficient. However, what you have been successful at doing is conflating in the minds of the public increased police presence, police supported by the JDF presence. They've conflated the idea that in order to get that, they need a state of emergency. That is not true.
No, that was one. People don't believe that anymore.
Well, you can only fool some people some of the time. But you can't fool all the people all the time. So, Mr. Speaker, I supported the ZOSO legislation at the time it was introduced. I am still hopeful that with the proper attention, scaling it across Jamaica, and with the adequate amount of investment put in, real social investment in these communities to fundamentally change the dynamic of what exists there, then it will make a difference in the long term. But if we have pushed it to the back burner in deference to using these PR moves, big jump up and declare, state of emergency in central Kingston, this in West Kingston, whatever, Sunday morning, special. That is primarily driven by public relations and trying to dictate the narrative for the media conversation and the social media conversation. But that has not been reflected in the national statistics. What has been reflected is that overall, up to June 13th this year, 609 murders. The same number of murders as last year, even though the entire country for months during that 6-month period have been on some degree of lockdown and on some degree of curfew, sometimes very radical curfew. I voted against it. I voted against it. You know, I'm glad you remind me of something. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister got up here and said that if we had only supported the state of emergency in 2010, the extension for 3 months, in fact, I'm not even sure it was as long as 3 months. If we had only supported that, then we would have put to rout the gangs in St. Catherine and all that. And he said, because we didn't do that at the time, that is why we still had this gang problem. No, we have not gone 3 months. We have gone 30 months. 10 times that, and he still hasn't routed those gangs in St. Catherine that he was talking about. In fact, they have multiplied, they've now said they've grown into super gangs. Super gangs. They're not gang anymore.
So, again,
No, you shut your mouth and you
again,
over here. We are one team over here. We don't care. We are one team. You can't go to Tiffany, remember that.
Again,
Christmas, you don't go to.
it is the spin that we put. Not that we can't admit that with all the tools, with all the massive resources, with all the 2.5 years of states of emergency, that we have made no headway on the gangs. So we have to call them something else. We call them super gangs. So, Minister, I close by saying I support the concept of ZOSAs as it was originally sold to us. But as it has played out, I think it has been starved of resources and attention. And I think the social investment reports that we have here are really too modest to make any fundamental long-term difference to the conditions that are generating the criminals in this country. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, first I thank for the qualified support from both sides, but before I move, I need to comment a few things. You know, my good friend from Central Manchester, each time we have the opportunity to listen to him speak, I'm reminded of a small course at the university that all of us had to do, especially those of us in the professional or the social science courses. It was called the use and abuse of statistics. And it's a small, short course to look at how you can play with numbers. And I think it's advisable those of us to recall it to when my good friend from Central Manchester speak. And that's where the interpretation comes. But let me just, I'm forced to make a number of comments, Mr. Speaker, in the station. One, the government this government has never changed policy on the ZOSA or shortened them on their resource base. In fact, the reason you don't yet have more than 2 ZOSAs to ensure that we do not dilute the concept, which was articulated very early in the economic growth plan of the government to clear, hold, and build. There's a minimum level of budget support required. Also, I want to point out that we have not forgotten the communities. In fact, it's a good time to remind the country that the concept of community renewal was articulated by earlier governments which I happen to be a part of, which identified 100 communities requiring specific intervention, but within that 100 there was about 25 to 30 that required particular attention, maybe 20 at the highest level. And those communities have remained almost relatively the same for the near 30 years we have looked at it, in fact, over years. It is important for us to remind ourselves that the concept has said, clear, hold, and build, but in discussing it, the member again raised the issue of expanded social intervention. I think the critical component in these areas is that intervention for socio-economic challenges are introduced as a foundation of security. Community must feel safe. The benefits that go in there in terms of financial and other activities must go to the community members, the honest, law-abiding citizens there who are in need of a new direction and opportunities for the kids and for themselves, not to go in there under the control of established community dons or gangs that will control and have exercised a level of control in the communities. So there has to be a removal of that element of criminality, which is how the concept of clear, hold, and build went. And it works. The member quoting the number, for example, of meters of road fixed as small. Well, a lot of these communities are in fact very small.
those densely populated areas, and therefore the miles of road is going to be limited, maybe 3 miles, 4 miles of roadways. But there are areas where the concentration of population is such that there are thousands of people affected. And these are the communities from which much of our social dysfunction comes from. And I will take the opportunity to repeat that we have had significant social intervention over the years, led by different governments. And this call for more is something that I have questioned before. It's how you intervene, which this government is taking steps to correct by having a different approach. But if you look at the numbers, when the members complain that there was less than $1 billion assigned to the capital vote for national security, there are several $1 billion assigned to social intervention. The Jamaica Social Investment Fund over the 15 years was spending $1.5 billion a year. JCF was spending money, and the relevant members. No, JCF was in 14 communities. No. JCF had had 5 communities to start with. No. You're not telling me I know because I start in flanker.
I got JCF funds.
Yeah, different are the program.
All over Jamaica.
Different program. Mr. Member, if you will listen, you will learn. JCF is an agency that spends money in all of Jamaica, but there was a specific program of inner city renewal called Inner City Basic Service Project, which was assigned to 5 communities to start. 5, including one. A different thing. And all of that was happening in addition to other activities. Zinc fence removal, yes, not just JCF, Ministry of Housing did a lot. And the critical element of all of this, I said, is to ensure that we now intervene with a secure base, where the security services provide an environment for law-abiding citizens to function without being interfered with in any way. That is the fundamental difference and must be maintained in all activities, and the government is examining how to expand that. The zones of special operations are defined by law, and they'll be expanded. The Prime Minister will speak to that. But in fact, we are examining how we can change the approach to even the added social benefits, social interventions, to ensure that the police force in the area has a direct involvement to ensure that there is security for the law-abiding citizens. The member from Southwest St. Andrew has a special case. We don't deny that. It's among the constituencies that have more than one community that qualifies. That qualify. I said they were defined by a government of which I was a member many years ago. We have continued to look at them. At this point, I think one of the inner city basic services program is moving to Southwest St. Andrew. They work very well, but they are very systematic, and they move at a pace that I would like to be a bit faster. I've had the experience of working with them. It can take a long time. It took me 10 years to get one center built. It took me another. They have been working for about 15 years in flanker. That's the rate at which they work. They work well. And they're just starting in the western part of the Southwest constituency. So that community is coming on stream. What we have to examine is whether we can bring in the security forces with enough strength to give it the foundation which it can build effectively and efficiently. It's also true, I remind, we are looking at the schools in the area to what extent we can work with the families and not just deal with case management as was the tradition of the original CSJP funding, but to ensure that when we identify students, it's like a gateway into the homes. We know which family to go to, in which community, and begin to deal not with case management, but with family management and community management to deal with the individuals. So there's a shift in operations. The funding have not allowed us to spread as rapid as we should, but again, it's a step-by-step process. We too, the government accepts that we need to move faster. The intervention of the pandemic this year has slowed things a little bit, but we are following the path. We're not deviating, and we are not diluting the zones of special operations. More will be introduced with full, as they're saying, it's with full 100, as was done in Mount Salem and in Denham Town, and other activities, however, are being oriented to ensure that even before we get in the community with the full ZOZO, there'll be a different operation between the security forces and the intervention program that we're looking at, and we expect to be able to show it out. So let me thank, I said, for the qualified support, and the criticism part of democracy to keep us on our toes, to make your objective analysis, but we know we're on the correct path in moving forward. We are not diverting anything from zones of special operation into the state of public emergency. And let me counter on that note. The state of public emergency is never a separate operation. State of a public emergency is designed to intervene in a situation where crime is rising to a level beyond the capacity of the police to reduce felonies, murders, and disorder to a level that non-police can operate, and the zones of special operations, that development plan that can follow or that can accompany the state of public emergencies. And they will have to continue while murder rate operates at this level. Jamaica, the democracy, has the highest murder rate. While we may appear number 3 on the globe, as a democracy, a practicing democracy, we are number 1, because the other 2 countries that are above us are countries of questionable character when it comes on to democracy. Right? So it's not something that's simple, and as I said, we have looked today already at the character of criminal elements in Jamaica who have adopted certain level of violence and have the firepower to operate. The guns are imported. In fact, the killing in Spanish Town on Friday morning, the police officers identified that the firearm was stolen from a gun shop somewhere in South Florida and exported to Jamaica. When criminals operate with that kind of army level firepower, and are willing to kill, I mean, this is what they do. It's not so much, this is what they do. You're going to have issues. It will take time to not only reduce the killing and reduce the recurrence, because the younger ones come up on the same mode, which is why we are looking at a heavier impact in our education system to ensure we can divert them at an earlier stage and provide productive activity. That, Mr. Speaker, is the policy of the government. Well, let me thank you all for support. Now ask that the members of the House approve the extension zones of special operation in the Mount Salem area of St. James as the first resolution. Extension of law reform, zones of special operation, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and the environment in the parish of St. James. Extension of period operation number 3 on number 2020. Separately, to approve the extension, the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town community extension of period operation number 3 or the 2020 resolution for 60 days in each case. Mr. Speaker, I seek the approval of the House.
The ayes have it. Prime Minister.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recommittal of the item statement by Minister.
Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only exemption I ask for is as it relates to the statements and the copies of them. So, and just to assure members that it doesn't apply to anything else other than this because of the orders that they refer to. Mr. Speaker, yesterday with the introduction of our controlled entry program and the continuation of our controlled re-entry program, we welcomed fellow Jamaicans, friends of Jamaica, Jamaican residents and visitors to our beloved island, the heartbeat of the world. Let me start by going through the usual graphical update. On the graph displayed now, you should be seeing a solid black line, which, well, I'm not seeing it being displayed yet. Well, it's coming now, yeah. So as at April 13th, we had 73 cases, starting from March 10th. Then we had a spike as a result of the workplace cluster, with a steep climb up to May 2, when we reached 463 cases, of which 294 was a result of the cluster. I keep repeating this as a graphical reminder of how rapid the virus can spread if personal responsibility is not exercised, protocols are not followed, and conditions are conducive to the spread of the virus. During this period, cases increased by more than sixfold. After the 2nd of May, we returned to a flatter trajectory. As at yesterday, we had a total of 621 confirmed cases, and I just spoke to the minister, who told me that no new cases today. No, well, today would have been 336. At present, 336 of the 621 cases are from the workplace cluster. Unfortunately, since our first case, we have had 10 deaths, as depicted by the red line. On the dashed line is basically showing where we would have been if we didn't have that cluster. So we would have been at today 285 cases if we didn't have the cluster. The green line, which you're about to see, now shows that we have had 430 persons confirmed as free from the virus. It might be more when the minister gets his final figures. And this is a confirmation that happens after 2 tests. So our recovery rate is now 69.2%. The blue line, which should be appearing now, shows the number of active cases. It's 181, and that would be the number of persons who still have the virus. Note that the blue line has a slight upward trend, which is expected as a result of increasing the number of persons allowed to enter Jamaica. The most important number we need to focus on is the number of persons hospitalized. As of yesterday, we had 34 persons hospitalized. We also have 44 persons isolated in a government facility. We have 100 isolated at home. We have 6 in quarantine in a government facility, and 1,365 quarantined at home. The second graph shows the effect of the controlled entry program on our numbers. The dashed purple line, which should appear shortly, shows the number of cases excluding the positive cases from persons arriving under the controlled entry program. You can see that our curve would have been virtually flat if our borders had remained closed to incoming passengers. A flat curve means that local transmission would have been slowly diminishing. In fact, between May 9th and yesterday, we would have had only 37 new local cases. In fact, from May 9th to today, seeing that we had no new case, we would have only had 37 new cases. This is an average of approximately 1 new case per day for a population of 2.9 million people. However, since May 9th, since May 9th up to yesterday, we have had 86 imported cases out of approximately 5,000 persons who have been allowed to enter the island under the controlled entry program, bringing the cumulative number of imported cases to 120 as at yesterday. In fact, if we look at what has happened since the acceleration of our controlled re-entry program on June 1, there have been 35 new cases, of which 31 have been imported. So since June 1, we have had 35 new cases, 31 of which are imported cases. So it tells you what is happening locally with the transmission of the virus, that generally it is slowing, but with the re-entry, we are bringing in new numbers. No, well, yes. Now, the progression of the virus in the local population is on a diminishing trajectory. We could reach a point of no new cases. However, this is not an option if it is that to get to the point of no new cases, we would have to close our borders. And many countries have done that. For example, New Zealand, that was their strategy. They have no new cases now for a few days and no one with the virus based upon the numbers they knew before. But they did that and they have closed their borders and they are not taking in anyone other than even citizens. I don't, they're doing that. So they have 2 new now today. Well, there you go. We decided to take in our Jamaicans when we were certain that in the local population the transmission was on a downward trajectory. That is when we decided to take the risk of bringing home our Jamaicans. So we have seen how one single cluster can change our entire trajectory, and that is, always have to repeat that. So as we reconfigure our economy to new normal operations, and as we welcome back our Jamaicans and non-nationals starting yesterday, June 15th, there is a clear risk of another spike. And I want to say it here in Parliament, I've said it outside, but I have to say it here in this House, that there is a clear risk of another spike. Last week, we had done a simple projection on the number of cases that could result from the acceleration of the controlled re-entry program based upon a 2.5% positive rate that was observed up to June 1. So based on all the persons who have been tested up to June 15th, the actual positive rate for incoming persons is approximately 2.1%. So the dashed line is what we project for a 2.5% positive rate of bringing in 10,000 persons up to the end of June. So far, we are at, it would be 851 at the end of June if we project 2.5 of 10,000. So far, we are not going close to that threshold. So far, we are doing fairly well. But as I said, any one incident and that number could change. So the line, that is the dashed line, will act as a threshold or a trigger. If our cumulative numbers start to trend above that line, then we will have no choice but to consider tightening the measures, which could mean well, you know what tightening the measures mean. It does not exclude closing the borders again if we cross that line, yes. So between June 1, the dash line, yes. So we want to be below that line. So between June 1 and yesterday, the number of new positive cases places us below this threshold. So we are still below the threshold, and that's good. We'll keep that. Now, returning Jamaicans and non-nationals. So the 2.5% would be the yield that we got when we brought in all our Jamaicans, between the 1st and the 14th. So remember, between the 1st and the 14th, we were only bringing in Jamaicans. And it is precisely. So if we are bringing in non-nationals now, we wouldn't want that rate to increase above what the rate was for when we brought in Jamaicans. All right, so we're using the Jamaican population that we are bringing in as the base. 851 is projected end of June, June 30th. It's hard to say. So far, we are about 1,000. Yeah. So we're projecting two. So what we did, the 2.5 is what we observe as positive cases amongst the population of Jamaicans who return between the 1st and the 14th. And what we did is to take that 2.5 and project it onto the number, the total number we expect to come in between the 1st and the 30th, which is 10,000. Right. So we don't want the rate of the 10,000 to exceed the rate of Jamaicans. In other words, the positive cases of Jamaicans coming in.
Prime Minister, if you could just expand on a point for me.
Sure.
The time being 7:21, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House be permitted to sit beyond 7:30 to complete the business of the day.
Those in favour? Those against? Prime Minister.
Prime Minister, you said the dotted line was the projection of the dotted line would be act as a trigger point. And the dotted line is of infections, or those persons, or call it discovered infections.
Yes, the cumulative number of confirmed cases.
Confirmed cases. Given that it seems the vast majority of our cases anyway, have been either mild or asymptomatic, why would we use confirmed cases as a trigger instead of something like hospitalization?
No, and you're perfectly well. You want me to?
Okay.
As I had explained, I presented this graph last week, and I explained that the reason why we use this number is that if you're mildly ill, you're in this number. If you are seriously ill, you are in this number. If you're asymptomatic and you're tested, you're in this number. So everything is relative to that number. So clearly, and as I've said here, we pay attention to the numbers who are hospitalized, which is 34. We have a bed capacity of about 300 beds, and we have some amount of intensive care capacity as well. Our room capacity now for institutional quarantine, that has been limited because most of the hotels are going back, so we don't have as many rooms. But I think we do have enough space. We have, let me just remind myself as to what I said. I think we have about, we have 44 persons isolated in a government facility, 34 hospitalized. We have 6 in state quarantine. So we have some capacity to treat with a percentage of the cumulative number who may be seriously ill, mildly ill, in need of quarantine, in need of isolation. So no. everybody. That's the projection for everybody. So you would consider the number to be the high-level number because everything else is related to that number. No, so definitely, if your numbers pass that, you must act. In other words, if your numbers, if you are saying that you know, if you reach 851 cases and you were at 621 and you reach 861 cases in 10 days. In other words, just go back to when we were at May 13th and we moved from 73 cases up to 400 cases. We had to act. So that is our trigger to act if we pass that threshold. Because what it would now mean is you have to think about the contact tracings that you would have to do, the possible quarantine of communities in order to contain the disease. In other words, your point is why not use the number of beds available? But then, you know, maybe the problem might be far bigger than just the number of beds available. You know, that is the number to use.
I'm not an expert, Prime Minister, so I'm really just seeking to understand the thinking behind it. But I, of course, follow international news, what is happening. And you hear, for example, in Florida, they have a big jump in confirmed cases, but they haven't seen a big jump in hospitalizations. Now, is that because they're discovering more cases because of increased testing, or the actual cases are increasing?
One of the things that might
these are some of the...
So some of it is that they're discovering people with the antibodies, people who had the disease before, people who are resolved. But what we are saying is from how we have managed the disease is that we have used the total numbers as a means of determining how we respond. And in any event, a percentage of the total numbers would require hospitalization. Yeah. Well, put it here this way. Everyone who has come into Jamaica so far has been tested. So, yeah. So it is very likely. Right. So what I'm saying is the way in which the protocols are designed, it is 95% likely that everyone will be tested who comes in. Everybody will be screened. So I will go through the statement. You will see. Yes. So this screening is where, well, it's more than that. So it's the observation, the physical observation, symptoms, temperature, and then there is a risk assessment. Precisely. So the two things make up screening, yes. The testing comes from the screening results. So if you have a temperature, you definitely will be tested. If you are showing symptoms, you will be tested. No. So if you're okay from the physical screening, then the next step now is the risk. Which country are you coming from? Through which country did you transit? Which group are you coming from? Were you working in a hospital? Were you amongst people who were exposed? These are important questions. Right. So if you're coming from, for example, if you're coming from one of the bubble countries and you pass the physical test, then you don't. In other words, if you don't have a temperature and you're exhibiting no symptoms, you don't need to be tested. You go home. Yeah. So which is why I'm saying that 95% of the people coming in the island now are coming from a country that is considered high risk, so they must be tested. Yeah. So let me run through. So, Mr. Speaker, so as I was saying, this dashed line will act as a trigger If our cumulative numbers start to trend above that line, then we will have no choice but to consider tightening the measures. So between June 1 and yesterday, the number of new positive cases places us below this threshold. I think you could consider this line, member from Central Kingston, to be, what am I saying? Central Manchester. Am I putting in a different constituency? Who knows? Central Manchester. I believe you could consider this line to be what economists would call a necessary condition for action. But a sufficient condition would be, for example, if the number of beds, if the number of patients that are in need of hospital, if that were to happen, then that's a sufficient condition to act. But that is a necessary condition. All right. Now, returning Jamaicans and non-nationals need to bear in mind that if they are ill or exposed, they should respond truthfully and completely on JamCovid-19 and visit Jamaica.com, and therefore should not seek to travel. And I want to repeat this point. Returning Jamaicans and non-nationals need to bear in mind that if they are ill or exposed, they should respond truthfully and completely on JamCovid-19 and visit Jamaica.com, and therefore should not seek to travel at this time. The positive rate of incoming persons is one of the most important factors which is taken into consideration in our risk-based management approach to COVID-19. Anyone entering the island must observe faithfully and consistently all the measures in place. This will keep our numbers below the threshold for tightening up. As noted previously, we have 86 positive cases from the controlled entry, of which 49 positives tests are from among those repatriated via cruise ships, and 37 positive tests are from those arriving by air. From the data so far, cruise ship workers represent a higher risk cohort than those returning by air. The lower positive percentage among those returning by air is encouraging and suggests that our Jamaicans overseas are taking the appropriate precautions to stay COVID-free. We have a number of flights arranged that are now in place, with over 100 incoming flights scheduled up to June 30th. We also have an additional 296 persons expected to arrive by sea later this week. Yesterday, we had 3 regular commercial flights and 6 private charters at the Norman Manley International Airport, and 6 regular commercial flights and 1 private charter at the Sangster International Airport. From all indications, the process of entry was organized, intensive, and robust. On average, processing times have been between an hour and an hour and a half. While we have tried to make the process as convenient as possible, travelers should bear in mind that this is not the normal travel process that they would have been accustomed to, and therefore they should come mentally prepared. It is very intense and very robust. Mr. Speaker, we have been successful so far in controlling the spread of the virus with a risk-based management approach, using strict enforcement of public health measures by carrying out effective surveillance to identify cases, contact tracing and quarantine as needed. And from the onset, we ensured that we took the measures to restrict movement as needed. This was done by using various measures, including limiting gatherings to no more than 10 persons, nightly curfews, tightening this over holiday periods, and quarantining whole communities and even an entire parish as was necessary. Additionally, we examined and put put in place specific protocols, including limitations on the number for what may be considered high risk or high exposure events, such as funerals, parties, and weddings. We also put in place special measures for locations such as bars, beaches, rivers, water attractions, and other places of amusements. And the business process outsourcing sector, as soon as a workplace cluster was identified, we also put in place strong protocols there. We have sensitized the public through various communication means, including many public education campaigns and press conferences. We have gone over 21 press conferences just to keep the public up to date. We know that introducing a new population would increase the risk of spread and therefore had to be done in a controlled manner. Persons entering from other jurisdictions may not exhibit the same level of understanding, respect, compliance, or even sensibility to the measures implemented as the persons who were in Jamaica during the implementation of the measures. Therefore, it is possible that the behavior of some persons entering Jamaica may not reflect due care. Some persons might object to wearing masks, as this is not a requirement in other countries or states where they are coming from. Some persons may take the view that persons who get ill are asymptomatic. They don't, if they acquire the disease, if they are infected rather by the virus, they may not get the disease. And therefore they are asymptomatic, and therefore why all this, why all these very onerous measures are being required of citizens. There are some people who feel that way coming from other jurisdictions. There are people who will say, listen, I'm coming back to Jamaica and I just want to go and visit my grandmother or visit my family I haven't seen for years, or I'm coming back to Jamaica to go to a wedding or go to a funeral. And Mr. Speaker, if we cast our minds back to the index case, to case 0, we will recall that the start of the pandemic here in Jamaica, was a Jamaican person who is also a British citizen, who came back to Jamaica to a funeral and who visited many friends, was all over. In other words, Mr. Speaker, we could go back through this episode all over again. So enforcement is one thing, but my presentation in Parliament today, Mr. Speaker, is really to appeal to our Jamaican nationals coming back and persons resident in Jamaica who may not be nationals, persons visiting for business or for vacation, that they must act responsibly, they must follow the measures in place, regardless of how they feel about them. These are the measures that have kept us safe in Jamaica. Out of a population of 2.9 million people, we have had 10 deaths. We are amongst the lowest per capita in the region. Out of a population of 2.9 million people, we have only had 621 cases. We are amongst the lowest in the region per capita. It could all change by one person acting carelessly, irresponsibly, disrespecting our laws and procedures, acting selfishly. So I use this platform, as I did before, to appeal to everyone who is coming in to follow the rules. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, you will see that other countries that have had to reopen their borders to repatriate nationals, you would see that they have experienced a rise in their numbers. Singapore is one. We see situation re-emerging in China. We have seen situations in, well, South Korea is other reasons, but we have seen where the repatriation of nationals have contributed, if it is not managed properly. So this is why it is important for us to have controlled re-entry. Our numbers have been growing on the Jam COVID-19 and Visit Jamaica websites. 19,000 persons have applied to return to Jamaica, or to come to Jamaica, yes, of which 5,000 have landed. The number is more, I just didn't get today's figures. Closer to 6,000 have landed now. 12,400 applications are currently approved, so they just need to get the flights. And 1,100 are still awaiting further information in order to be approved. And I again use this platform to appeal, if you want to come to Jamaica, please, you have to go to the Jam COVID or Visit Jamaica website, answer the questions there truthfully. You will get an approval in short order if you have all the information in place. And that approval will allow you to actually travel to Jamaica. So, Mr. Speaker, there are many persons who are turning up at the airport without going through this process and realizing that they are not able to board the flight. And we appeal to everyone who is seeking to return, please follow the protocols. Now, Mr. Speaker, all persons arriving in Jamaica will be subject to a health screening and a risk assessment by the health authorities. And I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I am very impressed and I'm very thankful for the service of the Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm very impressed by what I have seen and what has been reported about how all the agencies involved have worked together. The Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Tourism, the PICA, National Security, the JCF, the JDF. I've seen videos circulating. Some people have commended the process. Others have been critical of the process. But Mr. Speaker, I've traveled many places. And even before taking on this role as Prime Minister. And I've stayed in airports for hours. And I have seen other people travel, including Jamaicans, staying in airports for hours, going through all kinds of process, being pulled out of line and questioned, and I've never heard one complaint. But of course, there is it's not just expectation, but there is a perception about our country that we are a country where nothing is ever done right, and we must just quarrel about it. And there is a sense that we can come and don't follow the rules, but we follow the rules elsewhere. And I think in the development of our society, what the COVID experience has done is to teach us as a country, as a people, that we must follow the rules because it is in all our interest to follow the rules. I must tell you, Mr. Speaker, that one of the greatest challenges that I faced as a politician, as a prime minister, as a minister, is people wanting to break the rules, asking for exemptions. And not just exemptions, but to make exceptions. And it was really a lesson, because you recognize then that the more exceptions and exemptions you give is the more you erode the credibility, the more you erode the effectiveness. No, I'm not, but what I'm saying is that, but every member of the cabinet became seized, because you have something which gives you authority in an order, which everyone here agrees this is not the best way for the executive to exercise authority. We really should have a stronger way of doing it, but since it is disaster and we acknowledge it, you need the speed of response, and therefore whoever is using this authority has to use it very carefully and with great respect and deference. And I wouldn't want anything to be on the record which suggests that as Prime Minister I did not conduct myself in that way. But it also showed, Mr. Speaker, how power can go awry very easily if people don't understand how it should be used. But that is the point. It is the case that you can give someone authority, they don't fully understand how it should be used, and it is abused. So, always the case. So I've been very careful. Yes, exceptions have to be made. Yes, you have to allow people to move, but every case, the Attorney General has ensured that we have a process. So everything that we do, every exception that we give, we have a process that it goes through to justify why an exemption. And there is no exception given without it being in writing. And it comes to the cabinet to discuss. So, Mr. Speaker, this has been a learning experience, and I want to say to the Jamaicans who are coming back that the view that you can ignore the law in Jamaica, that is not a view that you should hold on to. When you're coming back to Jamaica, especially under these Disaster Risk Management Act, we will enforce the law. Please abide by the rules as it relates to everything that we are doing in Jamaica. But as I'm speaking now under the Disaster Risk Management Act, I'm making a special appeal that you abide faithfully by the rules. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have some rules that we have put in place. And as I said, all persons have to go through the sensitization that will advise them of the various infection prevention control protocols within Jamaica. And then there are a number of restrictive measures under the Disaster Risk Management Act for persons entering Jamaica at this time, which are designed to restrict movement and control gatherings as we seek to manage the risk. The first one is the stay at home for returning residents. Under this measure, persons are required to remain at home, and they are allowed to leave only once per day to obtain food, medical supplies, conduct financial transactions, physical exercise, of course. And persons under this measure are also required to work from home. And let me just explain that very quickly. There are many persons coming back with work permits. They are under work permits. So they are coming back into the society and they want to go right back to work. That is dangerous. So they are able to come, they should stay at home, and they should work from home if they have to work. So under the work from home orders, the employer cannot enforce on the employee to come to work. All right, so they will come back to Jamaica, they are on their work permit, but they must work from home for 14 days. Yes, for 14 days. Because what we wouldn't want is for someone to be coming from a high-risk population ending up in the workplace. Sure. I'm finishing up now. Then stay in zone. The stay in zone, this measure applies only for tourist visitors who are staying in the COVID-19 resilient corridor designated for tourism purposes. Under this measure, persons are required to remain within the corridor for the duration of their stay. And let me just explain this very quickly. When you come into Jamaica, you are under an order. You're either under quarantine, if tested and found to be positive, then you are under isolation. If you are tested and you are found negative, then you are under stay at home. Now, or stay in zone. If you leave the zone, then you are under stay at home. So it's not that you leave the zone and you are free to roam about, right? Which is why it is designed that way, because we need to ensure that for the period of the incubation, we can control and track what is happening. After the period of incubation, we don't see any signs, then the orders are lifted. But once you come in, you are under some order. So somebody has said, well, I can come in as a tourist and then leave. No. Remember now, you have filled out and registered. You have, attested. Yes, so they stay where you stay in the zone, in that zone. So that's why I'm saying that it is not a system that you can beat it, as some people might think, right? We have really sat down and thought it out. So if you leave one zone, then you end up under another order. So for business travelers, and these are persons coming for short stay, that is shorter than the period of the incubation, shorter than 14 days. Under this measure, short stay business travelers are required to remain at their intended address, whether hotel or private home, and are allowed to leave only to conduct their business meetings. They are not allowed to meet with persons aged 65 and over. I have to stress this. The same thing advice is given for the stay at home for returning residents. I have to emphasize this. When you come back into the island, just wait the 14 days before you go and look for grandma. There are some cases, Mr. Speaker, where persons have applied to come into Jamaica before we had this entry. And they applied, and I could tell you that persons have applied to come in to go and look for their ailing relative who is about to pass. And we have had to make exceptions for them to come in. We have had people whose reason is, I just want to come back to Jamaica. I know I'm at the end of life and I want to have my life. I want to live my last days in Jamaica. And we have allowed them to come back. So there are cases. So there are cases, Mr. Speaker, where we understand that they are really sensitive and personal. And it's hard to object that someone is coming, your grandmother is, on her last and they want to see. So those cases are different. In those cases, we say either you stay at that home or you're quarantined at that home. But don't go and look for anybody else. All right, so we also have, and the business traveler, they are here for meetings, obviously, but we have been very clear with the business traveler rules that they should not be having meetings with more than 10 persons. So they can come, do their meetings. If they have to meet with more than 10, you have other means of doing that. If you have to meet with somebody over 65, you can do that remotely. You can do that through all the platforms that are available now. But we have to, in this stage, no. Gathering is still 10. I'm going to answer you. He can do that, yes. So there's a requirement as to how he can be transported. So we are not encouraging the business traveler to use public transportation. So they have to make their, yes, they have to make their private arrangements and go and do their, because there are a lot of people who have businesses here. They have to go and inspect, look, see what is happening. But we are saying to you, don't meet with your entire staff. You're putting your entire staff at risk. Just meet with 10. If you have older people in your staff, don't meet with them. You're putting them at risk. So, Mr. Speaker, then of course quarantine, and everybody should understand what quarantine is. You cannot leave your home for anything without permission. Isolation, that is an even more rigid form of quarantine, but this is also sometimes done in a medical facility. And then we monitor persons who are in quarantine or isolation. And this monitoring is done electronically through the Jam COVID app. And we are now in possession of bracelets. And the bracelets will be applied for persons who we consider to be high risk or going into communities that are high risk. And what we mean is who are in quarantine. What we mean is that the risk assessment is not just only where you're coming from, it is also the community in which you are going. I believe the member from South St. Andrew at one point in time had raised a point about what happened to some of our inner city communities if there were, God forbid, to be an outbreak. How would that work? So we have calculated in our risk profile, not just where the person is coming from, but which community they are going to. And that has to be primary as well in our consideration. So this, which is why yes, remember we did a risk profile. It was published maybe early May. Well, that's the last one we have. That's the last one we have. That was done by Mona Geoinformatics, and it took health data, it took poverty data, and it overlaid it and showed you where the vulnerable communities were. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Jamaica is now at a very delicate stage in controlling the spread of the virus. Our reproductive rate is now at 0.7. And as you can see, it has been progressing downwards very nicely. Eventually, we'll get down to 0 if we keep the protocols. But I must confess to the Parliament that I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned. And I'm appealing to the Jamaicans who are coming in, to the non-Jamaicans, to those who are coming for tourism purposes. And I must at this point say, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health may have stepped out. Oh, the Minister of Health is here. We notice that there are persons who are coming in, they are not Jamaicans, or rather, let me put it this way, they are not holders of a Jamaican passport, but their family may be Jamaican. And they can, of course, they are Jamaican, but they just don't have a Jamaican passport. They are not coming here, or they don't, but they are not returning home. In other words, they are not coming here to reside or coming back to their home. They want to come here for 2 or 3 days. They want to attend funerals. They want to attend weddings. They may own property here. They just want to look at it and leave. The risk is that they may be incubating the virus. They may be asymptomatic. They may be even pre-symptomatic, and you don't know. They might get a test, which they will be tested at the airport. The test comes back negative, and they may interpret that first negative test as they are free, and that means that they can go and meet everybody, go to greet people, go to wedding, and then we have an outbreak. That is the risk and the danger. So the health team will interview everyone and they will make their determination as to whether or not those persons are held in quarantine, even if they are coming for 5 days. So somebody may be coming to Jamaica for a funeral, and when we do the assessment as to where they are going to stay, who they are going to, they cannot attend the funeral. So I'm being very clear and upfront with that. In fact, I'm saying to those persons who are seeking to travel for less than the incubation period, who will probably get one test if they come and then think that they can move around, that it is quite possible that you will be under a quarantine order and you will not be able to leave your intended address to attend these functions. And we have to be very clear and upfront with this. So if you want to travel to Jamaica for these events, my advice would be to put those off, because the stage that we are at in the epidemic is still a very delicate stage. In other words, we could see index case number 1 or number 0 happening all over again. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore implore all persons entering Jamaica to listen and take seriously the information provided by our health authorities. Not enough is yet known about the virus, so even if you feel fine, you must still adhere to the protocols. As I said, I know persons are coming who may not have seen friends and family, acquaintances in a while, but I urge them to proceed cautiously. For the 14 days incubation period, maintain physical distance, social distance, call persons rather than interacting with them. It is better to be safe than to be sorry. Even though you may have been tested negative, there is still a risk of infection. So please faithfully await the return of your results and wait out the 14-day incubation period. Mr. Speaker, as I've said, we have to balance lives and livelihoods. I rest my case, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Daly.
Thank you for updating the House. I know that you're a man who likes the night shift. You indicated that you would have been a short presentation, but quite informative. I think it's an hour and 5 minutes. It's 1 hour and 5 minutes to a couple of things. I think all of us are as concerned about balancing the health needs of the country and balancing the economic livelihood of people and try to open the country. And I think you have the full support of the opposition from day one in trying to carry through these measures which have been announced as we go along. And let me just divert to say, I really prefer, as a member of the House, when you do these measures here. And because first, and I say this because 2 weeks ago when you last updated the House, you didn't update last week, 2 weeks, Wednesday ago, the gathering was 10, and you announced that the gathering moved to 15. No, I'm coming. It was 2 weeks ago in the House, the gathering moved from 10 to 15. I'm not against, But in your press conference, you moved to 50. The gathering went to 50. No, hold on. You can respond. You can respond. The gathering moved to 50 was announced at the press briefing, not in the House. Yes. The press briefing, the Friday afternoon, I think, of last week or the week before. But the week before in the House, you said the gathering moved to 15. No. All right, okay. Yes.
member. No, recall that the last time I updated the House, we had a conversation regarding weddings and why it is that we don't increase the number of persons attending the wedding, and we even had a laugh.
You said 15 and I said
no, hold on,
the bride and the groom.
And we had a laugh about we couldn't impose social distancing between the bride and the groom. So and you said that we should increase the number for weddings, and then there was the consideration for funerals, and we made a distinction to say that the funeral is different from the burial. And we took the recommendation that there should be an increase, and we increased the number of attendees at a wedding to 50, and the number of attendees at a funeral to 50. We increased the number of attendees at the burial to 15, but we maintained the gathering rule at 10. But we made the exceptions for burials, funerals, and weddings. But the general gathering rule is 10.
All right. Because I think people are confused about it. And I made a point, when I say people out there, I made a point at the time that there were funerals that many of us observed with over 200 people, and the need for enforcement was important. The need to enforce the gathering rule. Grave digging, 300-400 people, depends on what. And this is a regular thing. Anyway, since you last updated the House, we have opened the beaches, we have opened rivers by the press conference last week, Friday, was it? Yes. Right. Beaches, rivers, and other places, airports. So we are now airport for tourists. The airports were always open based on approved entry. Remember, each flight had to be approved by the cabinet. But you open now for airport. I'm saying this because, like you, I think we all are very concerned. While we have to do both things, start back the life of the people and monitor the hopefully no spike. Because once we are there, then you know we have to go back to some of the measures. Once between now and June 30, you pass the 5851, then the country have to go back to some measures because we want to have a healthy country. Now, what is going to be the situation in all of this in trying to balance people's lives with the bars? Because there was a trial run announced 3 weeks ago that bars would go on trial for 2 weeks. Based on that assessment, you'll decide what will happen. No, what we have heard, I don't think the bartenders have heard, that that has been extended. No, I didn't know. I'm saying nobody knew. It has not been announced. You can't say it is extended and you don't make the announcement for the owners. Okay, it has been announced. You can. I spoke about bars because I have a lot of bars in my constituency, and I never hear that. In Indian Town, from bridge to bridge, I said that a couple of weeks ago is 31 bars, and I said it here because we stayed with you. You know, one night we stayed until 11:40 for you to go through and brief the country. And we ask the questions. So we need to be clear to the public, the bar owners and bartenders, what is the extension and for how long, and if the gathering remains. Because if you're trying to open, you have to open other things too. You have to edge the thing. You can move the bar from 5 then to 10, or to 6, or to 7, because you can't just clamp on one side. Same thing I never ever. You knew that? Anybody knew that the bar was up to 10 now? 5 inside, 5 outside? All right. I am recommending also that we look at restaurants reopening for dining. Every country in the world has reorganized their restaurants for distancing, how many apart the tables can be, and so on, the setup. And outdoor dining and so on. We need to look at that because the restaurant owners are under pressure. Some So they have been doing it illegally then. I know my restaurant where I go to Ziggy's to eat my Jamaican food, you can't dine inside, you have to buy it and go, because they are abiding by the laws of Jamaica. So if the people in Mobile don't abide by the laws, they are Jamaicans who abide by the law. So we need to do it. We need to say what we are going to do. If you are going to edge the reopening of the economy, if you are going to try and edge the reopening of the economy, you have to edge everywhere. You have to touch everybody. Some places have been locked down. Some places have not operated from March. So you have to try with everybody. You can't just have one set of people suffering and the others have to wait until the whole place open up. Now, I have one more concern legally, AG. The Prime Minister said about the wearing of bracelets. I want to know if there is legal, legally can be done under the Risk Management Act to say you have to put on a bracelet to go into an area. Yes, I'm just saying, we are raising it because, we are supporting the thing. Yes, and we want to know. I want to know if there's any legal basis for it. I think every single Jamaican here and abroad has been very supportive of the measures so far, because they don't want to have their country in a state of like what we saw, unfortunately, in Italy. But we note also that in many states in the United States, where the opening up has occurred, there has been significant spike. And so we have to try our best and work together to ensure that we follow the rules and try to maintain some stability in the health of the country. So, Prime Minister, we stay with you to hear the update, and I'm just hoping that we will, and some clarity can be given to those things out there, because people are asking, and hopefully that the country will, after the 30th of June, Jamaicans have a beard orders, You have to give our people credit for that, remember. You have to give our people credit. The Jamaican people have been very supportive of the orders in the main. Very supportive. A few little people, things you see here and there, but they have been very supportive. Prime Minister, we are in full support of the plan going forward, but we need some clarity, and at the same time, try to touch, as we would call it, touch the other areas of the economy that have been closed down.
Prime Minister, you said about 10, possibly a few more thousand based on who have been approved. To the end of the month. Right. So we're talking about roughly 1,000 persons a day, more or less. Do we have the testing capacity? I know we have the theoretical capacity of, I think it was 2,000 per day, but when we actually, the last time we looked at the actual number of tests done per day, I think the peak, the most we ever did in one day was about 500. But I would imagine as you open up, you have to expand that, that capacity. So I just wanted, if you could give us an update. Because I assume once we don't go above the dotted line, that we will continue opening up. So the growth in arrivals will continue over time. And so, unless you're going to discontinue, and I don't see that in the short term, discontinue testing, that you're going to have to keep increasing your capacity to keep pace with the anticipated levels of arrivals, which I'm sure our friends in the tourism industry are busy trying to drum up those arrivals. So if you could just update us on the expansion in our testing capacity. The second question is, when we had the workplace cluster outbreak in the BPO sector, we put some very restrictive distancing requirements and operating requirements, which were understandable at the time, particularly since we didn't, we were uncertain as to whether it might replicate itself in other centers. Truth of the matter is, though, those restrictions have really meant a dramatic reduction in the number of persons that can be physically located in a particular facility. In some cases, I understand it's as much reduction is by 70 to 80% in some cases. But even if it's 50% or 60%, the economics will change unless all of those can be facilitated work from home, which you can't. And in fact, you may probably know that a number of closures are being contemplated. In fact, some landlords have been given notice of companies ceasing operations. And one of the issues, I'm not saying it's the only issues, one of the concerns is the new regulations. Have we, given the time and given the experience, are we contemplating any easing of those restrictions? And obviously I am an interested MP, and I know I'm not the only one. There are many other MPs who have BPO facilities in their constituencies, and that have hundreds of employees who are engaged in that industry. Has there been any consideration in terms of easing some of those restrictions, just as we're, as member from North Clarendon said, easing in other areas? Maybe have we considered some easing, not back to what we were pre-COVID, but some easing to ease some of the pressure on the economics of the industry?
Minister of Health to answer the testing questions, the AG to respond to the bracelet, and then I will close with that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The idea of the testing protocol has to be viewed in the context of a range of measures and circumstances that are not readily predictable in terms of the virus, the course it takes, and the extent to which it represents a threat. The fundamental principle is really about risk-based, assessing the risk and then determining the series of measures that you will take to mitigate against the risks. Of course, no system is foolproof, so there are always going to be some levels of risks. In the initial stages, testing and the extent to which testing allowed us to understand the circumstances. It was a function of the numbers of tests, but also the methodology of tests, how we went about testing to get a reflection of the extent of the virus in the entire population. So of course, we had groups that involved frontline workers consistently. Those are readily tested. And those were healthcare workers as well as other frontline personnel. So the ambulance driver or even the police officer in the case of a quarantined community. We envision that that is going to be standard operating procedure for some time to come. And that's fairly finite. You have a sense as to what those numbers are, and they are well captured within the capacity of testing currently. Then you have the persons who turn up at our centennial sites with our health centers, hospitals, and who are displaying certain symptoms, and they are automatically tested. And then, of course, in regards to the traveling public, which is the direction of your question, we would assess those coming in, and again, a risk-based approach would be administered. So as the Prime Minister has announced, there are some countries that are exempt in the bubble based on what is happening in those countries, and there are countries where the virus is spreading, which represent higher risk, in this case, the US. As of now, we have approached testing for persons coming in, whether nationals or non-nationals, in a way to capture 100% of the sample.
from the high-risk jurisdictions because of the designation. The question is, how long is that likely to last, given the trajectory of the virus and given the research and what is happening to mitigate against it, whether a vaccine or otherwise. And there are many predictions as to when those will be regularized. At the same time, the public health team have used the 100% capture of these jurisdictions to gather data to assess the risk. Now, of the 1,000 or so nationals that have come in over the last couple of weeks, only 1.6% of that number has been positive. And frankly speaking, that's not a bad statistic. If it were 10, 15, 20%, then we know we would have a problem and we'd have to spend time and energy in beefing up testing as one of several methods of screening. But that is quite encouraging. And it actually raises a discussion that is taking place but not determined on yet. It has to go through the cabinet, of course, and so on, as to whether or not testing that 100% is going to be necessary for an indefinite period. And the same data is being gathered now as it relates to the non-nationals, whether tourists or otherwise. So over the next few weeks, you're testing everybody. We're going to take that data, and the clinicians are going to do an assessment of the risk and then make a determination. So in a simple form, to answer your question, member, there are many methods of mitigating against the risk. We're building out the 1,000 workers. We are going to do automatic testing in some instances, which will give us a good read as to what is happening in the general population. And in some instances, we're going to do sample testing based on risk again, as opposed to 100% testing. My own view, and this is a personal view, but it's based on the historical approach to these types of viruses, and the clinicians, I believe, will support me on this, is that over time, the testing of the 100% population is neither sustainable, practical, or likely to be the case. It's going to be a function of how you manage a series of risk mitigating measures and touch down where you think it is needed most. Right now, the capacity of our testing, which allows us, at least theoretically, about 2,500 to 3,000 tests per day between the different sites, is sufficient to give us the data that we require and to capture all that are involved currently that are coming in. If there's a need to change that, we will review, because it's not difficult to get the equipment, the machinery, and so on. But there is a view that over time, there is going to be a relaxation of the extent to which we test everybody. Not now, but there's going to be a time when that comes, because it will be supported by other measures and an understanding or a better appreciation of the risk. Sorry to be so long-winded, but I think it needed a holistic explanation.
All right, so the Disaster Risk Management Enforcement Measures Number 8 order was promulgated by the Prime Minister last week, took effect on the 15th, which was yesterday. This is a non-gazetted. It is being gazetted and should be completed by now, but this is it. You'll see a number of improvement, clarity. Right, I'm just telling you. So the law does not require the order to be laid in the House, but it's going to be brought here. The electronic monitoring order is set out at paragraph 8, and it is linked to section 27 of the Principal Act, which permits regulation of the movement of persons, general movement. So here it is solely for the purpose of preventing the transmission of the disease. So it's limited specifically to the COVID. And it is used to monitor whether the person has left the designated quarantine area and also the health status of the person. the monitoring shall be terminated immediately on the expiration of the quarantine period. And the information is to be stored in a secured manner and can only be accessed by the technical personnel responsible for implementing the monitoring, and they may only disclose to authorized officers. The member of the JCF, not below the rank of inspector, designated by the commissioner, and the medical officer health, which is the CMO, and the medical officer, the information as to whether the person has left the quarantine area. Right. And then all information will be deleted upon the expiration of the quarantine. And that is the extent. Yes, because the movement has to be monitored by someone. The risk of...
Quite frankly, I would prefer if the information is related, since this health information is related only to the chief medical officer.
Mark, Mr. Dolly.
Yes.
Oh, for the records. No, let me just repeat. Did you hear? Okay.
No,
I'm saying,
if you don't use the
you
mic.
mentioned in the order the persons who could have access to the information. And I'm saying, for the reasons of health, I would suggest and I would recommend that those information about the persons or person in quarantine should only be relayed to the Chief Medical Officer of Health.
So it's two things we're monitoring: movement, and that information is shared with the JCF in respect of the movement, whether you have left the quarantine area, and so for enforcement purpose, in respect to the health information that goes to the medical officer health. So it's two things we're monitoring, whether the person has left the designated quarantine area and the health status of the person. And so for those two areas, it's two set of designated persons that the information is disclosed to.
Quickly, AJ, just to... AJ. AJ. Just wanted to ask something, read what you just said. The question I was going to ask, while I was waiting for everybody to finish, was really the concerns for the home quarantine. You just mentioned really restriction of movement. I heard the bracelet thing mentioned earlier, but that hasn't started as yet. So on what has been done so far, starting from yesterday with persons coming in who are required to be home quarantined, and how is that monitored? Because I know it's left a lot of self-responsibility, but with regards to these persons leaving home and interacting with others, how do you enforce that to ensure they are really home? Because I know of cases where persons have come in and are on the road. So I just want to know, how is this really monitored and what you are putting in place to ensure that this is actually enforced?
So the order provides that the electronic monitoring relates to persons who are ordinarily resident in Jamaica. So we set out a procedure following a risk assessment of persons who are ordinarily resident in Jamaica, and Prime Minister spoke to that. Then we also have the procedure of assessment for persons who are not ordinarily resident in Jamaica. And you may be visiting as a tourist, you may be visiting as a business traveler, and then you may have persons who are visiting who fall in neither category. Yes, Prime Minister will clarify that.
So just as it relates, so you would have gotten the legal basis of the bracelets, and the bracelets are only used or will be deployed for persons who are considered high risk, who have to go into quarantine. Yes, they have been served a quarantine order. So how the bracelet works and how we have been doing the geofencing is that persons who are placed in quarantine, for example, people who come from the cruise ship, they would serve 3 days in a state quarantine facility, and then they would be released to go home under quarantine orders. They would download the app on their smartphone, and then it is set up in such a way that they have to give check-ins at random intervals. So the app will ring and require them to give a video check-in. So it's not like, they can say, oh, I can leave and then come back in time. I'm not certain of how many times, but I know it's random and it is a few times per day. And there is a monitoring station there's a monitoring station that is that the JCF monitors. So they will see if somebody breaches the geofence. But what we have seen is that the people who are under quarantine orders, over 1,000 of them, that they've been very responsible. They've called in, and even when the app doesn't work, for example, for persons who are in remote areas where there's no wireless or internet for them, they call in on a regular basis. They update with their temperature, and they tell us if they are experiencing symptoms. So generally, that has worked. It is now the stay-at-home orders which we have to be, which is why I made the presentation today, to appeal to those persons to faithfully observe the stay-at-home order. So even if you've got back your test, so when you get your test, your sample at the airport, you are released to go home under quarantine until you get back your results. If your results come back negative, it doesn't mean that you are COVID-free. It just means that the test has not picked up enough viral load to determine that you have it, and you could be incubating and you have the virus over, and could become infected. So we are asking people to limit their movements, just go and do what you have to do, wear your mask, avoid the older population, avoid crowds more than 10, hand sanitize regularly, wear your mask, and then when you're finished what you're doing, go back home. That should limit the exposure to the population and limit the risk. Which is why I'm here again, asking persons, yes, because that is critical, because the truth is we couldn't bring in 10,000 persons and monitor 10,000 of them under quarantine. That's the challenge. So the public education and the appeal and the moral suasion, that's what we're doing. In terms of bars, Minister Mackenzie could give you an update on the bars, but as it relates to restaurants, their protocols, I believe, would now be complete, if not almost complete. The COVID-19 Economic Recovery Task Force has done significant work on how restaurants should reopen. Very soon, if they have not already submitted those protocols. So in short order, we should be able to say how restaurants should reopen. Yes.
Thank you, Prime Minister. The question raised by the member from North Central in regards to the bars and the numbers, the extension for the conditional opening has been extended for the additional period that would come to an end the end of the month. And we are now looking, yes, it has, with the same conditions, and we also indicated that we are now doing the assessment on sports bars. So we are looking to make some recommendations along those lines as to where we intend to go, and just to support your arguments, and which I've indicated publicly already, that we are seeing a very positive response from the operators of the bars in complying with the protocols that have been set. So it is encouraging, and based on what we are seeing, we will be making further recommendations to the subcommittee of cabinet as to the way forward in those areas.
Prime Minister, I think you didn't answer the question about the BPO.
Like you, member, I'm very concerned about the industry, and we wouldn't want to lose the jobs. And the task force that we have put in place, they have been working with the industry, and they have actually revised down some of the measures. Certainly in terms of the square footage, I believe we had started out at something like 60 square feet we were requiring, and then we've brought it down. As to whether or not the current state is sustainable, I could make an assessment of it, but my perspective on the industry is that it is the protocols would have made the management of the facilities far more sensitive to how they arrange their operations. So my perspective is that as we progress through the pandemic and our numbers continue to be low, then we could very well make some changes to allow for the return of the staff, because it is not economically feasible to have that level of staff to square footage ratio. But it all depends again on those figures. It all depends on those figures, because remember now, a lot of people coming back into the island are also coming to look at DPO operations. So it's about what happens in these next 2 weeks and 2 incubation periods after that will determine how we relax measures and reopen the economy. That's the honest answer.
Thank you. Prime Minister, I wanted to ask a question as it relates to the code of practice that is being developed for the various sectors. As you know, there is a Joint Select Committee discussing the occupational safety and health bill. And I've heard persons saying that they want to see it end so that we could actually have a bill that would deal with some of these issues. I'm sure that you're aware that those issues are actually not being contemplated now where the bill is concerned, and that what is happening with the Economic Recovery Task Force is, I believe, going to be probably the kind of forerunner to developing those codes of practice. And so I just want to ask you, when will we have that for public discussion? I know that right now we're talking about it in the industry and the stakeholders are discussing it, but I believe that it must go beyond that. I mean, that's how we deal with safety, so everyone knows what your standards are and everyone helps to enforce it. Also because, I love the idea that our stakeholders are at the table together developing these practices, but I also want to make sure that our workers are not at a disadvantage, especially in these times when you have to choose between safety and starving. Yeah, between safety and starving. So I'm just interested in knowing how that is being treated when it leaves the Recovery Task Force. That is one. The other has to do with the reopening of the tourist sector. And I've heard the minister, I think it was talking about individuals staying on property. I heard you just now speaking about persons being staying zone, and in particular that along the corridor. And I wanted to understand exactly what you meant for the staying zone in relation to the smaller properties. Because I was somewhere else and they were listening, and people are of the opinion that it might be catering more to your larger properties where individuals are able to actually access all the services they need during the time that they're staying here from that property. But your smaller properties where persons have to probably go outside to get food or do that, what does the stay in zone mean for them? So that's two. I wanted to go back to the question I think that was asked by the member from Clarendon North Central about Clarendon Northern about the dissemination of the decisions that are made and the publication and how we do that. And I know that there are these press conferences, and I'll be honest with you, sometimes I try to keep up, but I'm not always able to wade through all that is being said by all the individuals so I get all the information. So I admit, I am one of those, and I suspect I'm not the only one. I did see, however, and I know that it's going to be in the Gazette and all of that as well, but I don't know if you know that a lot of persons don't really read those gazettes. Good. So here's what I was also going to say. I saw a dashboard, and I'm not sure if it was in association. I know I recognize the PSOJ logo on it. I wasn't sure if it was in association with the Ministry of Health or whatever. But I thought the dashboard was a good initiative in terms of just summarizing the list of decisions for those major areas. I must admit, though, that when I reviewed it a while ago, I did not see anything relating to bars. Right? Everything else was there. The rivers, the gyms, all the others were there, but the bars were missing. So I'm just saying that, you know, that it is a good tool. It's a kind of popular version to all the decisions that are being made, but we just need to make sure that we do it in a way that all of it would be there and people could have it. And then finally, Prime Minister, you know what I've said before, and I want to reiterate it. In this House are responsible individuals. From time to time, we actually get in our hands documents that are drafts. And we are able to distinguish between a draft and a final document. And therefore, I come back again to say to you, there is absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, it would be preferred if you could bring a draft of what you are discussing. We are reasonable people, and I'm sure you would have seen a level of that reasonableness, certainly in the discussion that we're having around the pandemic. And I believe it is important for us to be able to have something and not to necessarily, just as how the AG was able to pull her copy and to read and speak to the member from Clarendon around the issues that were there, around which he sought clarity. We could have something like that. And I believe it is time for you to consider that, Prime Minister.
Prime Minister, just two quick points. I had raised from last week, the last time we had a discussion, the 2 points. One is about, one concerns the bubble and the whole concept of the bubble, and who goes into who is in the bubble and who is out of the bubble. And the matter for me was raised again with the tabling of the customs tariff resolution 2020 with Cuba. And as part of the multi-destination of tourism discussion that we've talked about and the way in which we have pursued expansion of tourism within the CARICOM space or the Caribbean space. Is Cuba in the bubble? The opening up of the economy after, of course, and we lay emphasis on trade, export, and the movement of our people. The point of my question last time we talked about it was I was trying to understand what was the basis of the bubble. Was that part of a CARICOM-wide discussion agreement, or individual countries make that kind of determination as to who is in the bubble and what are the conditions affecting the movement within the bubble? I didn't have a sense of it. I've had calls from persons in other Caribbean countries. One as late as this morning saying, well, their country wasn't open, and they were asking me what were the conditions if they could come into Jamaica, and was actually contemplating going to the US and coming to Jamaica. I said that was just too complex for me. I really couldn't answer the question. So my question is, if I understood what is the basis of the bubble, I could understand how to, and the question of no, you said Cuba was not in it. All right.
The bubble is Jamaica's decision on countries that we assess to have a similar management protocol and result profile. So if you look at Trinidad, Barbados, Antigua, Grenada, St. Kitts, all of them have literally the same management strategy. They do test, they do contact tracing, they do quarantine and isolation. You know, there are countries that have said, you know what, we're not even going to bother test. There are countries that don't even bother to do contact tracing. And the results show for them. It helps us in the repatriation of our citizens, because if we had to test every single person that came in, it would bring a stress on the system that the system could break. So when we started out from June 1 to 14, we said that persons within the bubble would come in, they would be screened. If they showed symptoms, if they showed symptoms, they would be tested. But in terms of the risk base, they are in the bubble, so we see them as low risk, so they would not need to be tested. What that did was to free up resources to test persons coming from higher risk countries. So we were able to repatriate close to 500 Jamaicans during that period, and more are still coming. I'm not certain if their flights have started, but I gather that they will. So we'll be able to bring in more Jamaicans. The challenge now, of course, is the cost of the tickets. So many Jamaicans are reaching out asking for help. I'm not certain we have the capacity to do that. Our job was to get the flights up and running and the facility to get them in safely. Cuba is not in the bubble. Other CARICOM countries, however, are looking on at what we are doing and thinking that for CARICOM, you could have a situation where nationals, when they open up their borders, our nationals could move freely without having to go through the delay of testing and so forth. So it is a concept that other countries are considering. I'm going to answer your question. No. I was saying to the member from Southwest that I'll answer her question after yours. No, she asked her question already. But I'll just answer.
Quickly, Prime Minister, I want to pick up on one of the questions from the member from Southwest St. Andrew. From the very early stages, the point was made here. We are in a new situation. When the disaster risk management was promulgated in 2015, it was against the background of our experiences with floods, hurricanes, etc. It never contemplated a pandemic, a health pandemic. But that's the reality that we've found out. Yeah, man. Fine. That is not in contention. What we are facing, the extent of it was never contemplated. And so we have what we have and have to deal with. What we experienced in the past required governmental intervention at the highest level for a week, 2 week, 3 weeks period, short duration, a period. What we have is something where you have said it before, we don't know when it will end. It's an indefinite travel. Now we are 3 months gone from around March 10, when the first case was discovered. In the Risk Management Act, it gives certain powers to the state to control movement, among other things, for the safety of the country at large. It provided emergency powers for those health risk circumstances. Given Prime Minister that when the act was promulgated, what it contemplated was not in keeping with what the reality is now. Modification with some urgency of the Risk Management Act to provide for parliamentary oversight, because powers are being placed in the state to be used rightfully in the circumstance. But given the democratic nature of our society, we don't want to sacrifice that. And so I am making the appeal again. I made it before, and I'm merely repeating it now. 3 months now pass, much longer than even the period that the Constitution provided for extraordinary powers under a state of emergency. That is the reality. And if we want to respect the spirit of the Constitution, we must also reflect it in the legislation which we pass. So I'm putting it again on the table, Mr. Prime Minister. Nothing has been done to make the requisite amendment to the Disaster Risk Management Act to provide for some parliamentary oversight in the exercise of the powers provided under that act. Simply what I'm saying. Second question, Prime Minister. You emphasize a lot in your presentation tonight the stay-at-home requirement as one of the measures to control or prevent the spread of the virus. We saw something happen in the St. James Parish Council recently, where 2 members were removed through a motion because they were not present in the council during those meetings.
But they were told to stand in the yard.
There is a Mr. Prime Minister, you are aware that many members of this very House found great reluctance. There are some members of this House, by virtue of age, by virtue of underlying conditions, etc., that have been encouraged to stay at home. Do not report to your place of work. Right? Mr. Notwithstanding all these distractions, it is a matter of fact, Mr. Prime Minister, it's a matter of fact what has transpired in the St. James Parish Council. You have called, Prime Minister, rightfully so, for the country to stand as one in the circumstance of the pandemic. It doesn't look well. And I heard you this evening, Prime Minister, and I ask you to repeat it. Those who have power sometimes can get to their heads and they overuse it. Reflect on those comments you made earlier on regarding having power, how you use it, and perhaps how you abuse it.
Has just totally wiped out my
The first one about was
recollection.
stay on the property, staying in zone or what?
Right. That's a pertinent question, member. So the stay in zone order defines what the Ministry of Tourism calls the resilient corridor, but it is more than that. Accompanying the resilient corridor is a listing of properties under the Tourism Product Development Company and the Tourism Board. And up to the 30th, those are the properties that are permitted to be open and receive guests. It will be a phase, this is what the phase reopening means. Now, the smaller properties, the European planned properties, those that are outside the resilient corridor, those will have to remain closed or take local business until we make an adjustment to the order, which is likely to come at the end of June. I'm not saying there will be, I'm just saying it is likely that at the end of June. So this is a part of the phase reopen. And it's not just small properties. There are large hotels as well that are not within the resilient corridor, which are not captured here. And in particular, you have attractions, and there are many attractions that remain closed. So I understand the pressure is building now. Everybody wants to get back, but let's just do it in the controlled and the phased way. Remember, my understanding of the situation, though very limited, because I haven't had a brief on it. I've asked to be briefed on it. But the stay-at-home orders for persons 65 years and older, my recollection is that when we did it first, we only exempted members of parliament. There was a strong call from the council for them to be exempted. And we amended it. It was a public call, and we amended it. No, we did. No, we are exempted, so they are exempted. Yes, so they were exempted.
Prime Minister. No. As the minister with responsibility for local government, please, there can be an exemption as it relates to the attendance at the monthly meetings of council. It is clear under the law. Prior to the amendment of the Local Government Act, which amalgamated both the KSAC and the Parish Council Act into one, prior to 2015, the KSAC operated under the regulation where failure to attend 3 consecutive meetings of council. Hold on now. Failure to attend 3 consecutive meetings of council, you automatically, once it is raised, the seat automatically become vacant. For the parish councils, it was 6 months. 6 months. So it means if you miss 6 consecutive monthly meetings, it was your administration which amended, but I'm just putting the facts, which amended, which amended, but which amended, no. The fact is, member, where the councillors blunder, even a verbal notice, member, would have satisfied. Right? Even a verbal notice would have satisfied. And once the matter was raised and brought to the attention of the council, minutes of the meeting, then nothing could be done. The fact is that it was, the obligation was on the councillors, and even the minority leader was present in council, but never made an attempt even to offer an apology. So it is the law, and if we are talking about the law, then we cannot conveniently ask for consideration for the law to be amended.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
No, on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker.
No, on a point of order. Just to say that the Minister of Local Government interrupted the Prime Minister while he was in the process of answering the questions I had placed. So I would in fact like the answer to the other two questions. One was around the code of practice and how we take that for the various sectors, and the other was around the draft of your presentation.
The Minister of Finance. Sorry, the Minister of Finance should be in a position now to give a report of the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Task Force, and that report should have in some of the protocols. Yes. That was the commitment, and that will be done. As it relates to the draft, AG, the draft act, the draft DMRA.
Prime Minister, just so that Prime Minister,
No, I'm going to answer you.
No, I want to help you answer because I would hate for you to repeat what the member had said earlier, which was just to tell us that the law does not require.
No, that's not what I'm going to say.
I just wanted to make sure you didn't go there.
No. So, previously, when I first came, just for the record, when I first came to Parliament to discuss the orders, I circulated the draft order. It became the first or second, up to the second one, I believe. Up to number 4, it was the draft order was circulated, and it created confusion about the re-entry because people just took a screenshot, a shot of the thing, and posted it and said this is not recognizing that we were discussing it as a draft. That's the risk I face in bringing a draft. But even that, they just took out a little part to say this is what was said. And since then, I've been very careful not to have that happen again because it creates confusion, and I have to go back and correct. And they say, see, this is a parliamentary document. It does create some confusion, member. And I've asked for your understanding. It is not a disrespect to the House. It is in this sensitive period to avoid. Now, where we are now with the draft orders is that we are in a fairly well developed framework. So I think if there is a next order, we can table it because almost all of the measures are fairly well developed. They're not preliminary anymore. They are refined, and most of them are just extend. We're not now crafting orders. The orders are there. It is extend, or not extend. So I would agree, member, we are now at a stage where we could present the orders. And I'm happy for the commitment on your side as well that there would be no dissemination or circulation of an order that is draft. That's the challenge that I face. The other question, I believe that those were the questions asked. Thank you, members. No, I've been on record saying that I don't like the idea of having extensive executive, because that's what it comes down to, an executive order, which is not necessarily part of our scheme of governance. But this is a matter that I will raise, since you have raised it, with the ministry. No, but remember, so what I would want you not to say is to try to tie an epidemic of the nature of a pandemic in a time frame. We have to be very careful with that. I think the better argument is, I understand what you're saying. Yes, and I have no objections in always ensuring that there is parliamentary oversight in whatever the Prime Minister does. I'm not going to give you an answer which is a comfort. It is not something that I could seek to do now. I mean, it's not something that I would put on my agenda right now. But it would be for, what is it called, legal reform? Law reform to look at. Remember now, this is a new piece of legislation. Yes, and the leader of the opposition raised the issue, which I agreed with him on, that we need to look at all the emergency powers and this one and see how they fit together. Because it is the other question was, why not use states of emergency. And I'm saying that what we really need to do is to look at the suite of legislation that is there and come to a more streamlined. Well, that's a view as well. But I wouldn't tell you, member, that this is something that I would undertake to do and make it a priority in the scheme of things that have to be done. May it please you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Mr. Speaker, I've always found that a good teacher causes the students not to want to leave the classroom. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I invite you to adjourn this honorable House, as it is not intended to do any further business. For the day, we adjourn sine die, for a date to be fixed.
No, tomorrow. We have a thing tomorrow.
No, I don't want to. You don't know what can happen in between. You catch me one time and I don't want you to catch me again.
No, so but you'll have to give notice.
I have sent out. You have sent out notice? All right. Well, the House will meet tomorrow at 2. The House will meet tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, at 2 p.m.
The resolution is that the House be now adjourned until 2 o'clock tomorrow. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? As of it. The whole members, the House has not yet been adjourned. The resolution has been put and vote in favor. This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Members should stand until the mays go through the door.